Good morning. We will commence the Douglas County Board of Commissioners meeting for Tuesday, May 14th, 2024. Please note that a copy of the Open Meetings Act is located on the north wall of the Legislative Chamber alongside an automatic external defibrillator. Please stand for the pledge. We will get started with our Board of Equalization meeting. Roll call, please.
Commissioner Borgeson. Commissioner Boyle. Commissioner Kavanaugh. Commissioner Friend. Commissioner Morgan. Commissioner Rogers is absent, and Mr. Chair.
Here. First item of business are items A and B, approval of the minutes of the Board of Equalization meeting held Tuesday, May 7th, 2024, and B, call for a meeting and set Tuesday, May 21st, 2024 as date for hearing on certified assessment corrections reflecting the addition of omitted property to the tax rolls or increased value on property. Do I have a motion and a second? Motion by Morgan, second by Friend. Please vote.
Motion passes 6-0.
Thank you. All right, before we get to our resolutions, I have a quick item of personal privilege, and I will explain why here in a second. If the Nebraska Realtors Association can come up, they would like to announce a relief fund for tornado victims that will be available. It's not on the agenda, so we can't comment on it. We can't discuss it, but we do want to allow them to announce it.
Thank you. Chairman Garcia and members of the board, my name is Denise Poppin and I live at 15512 Fieldcrest Circle here in Omaha. I serve as president of the Omaha Area Board of Realtors. On behalf of more than 3,300 members, I wanted to share some information. As you know, tornadoes tore through Nebraska and Iowa April 26, leaving a path of devastating destruction. Hundreds of homes were uninhabitable and were severely damaged. The Omaha Area Board of Realtors Foundation stepped up to help the victims who were suddenly displaced from their properties. The OABR Foundation immediately provided $3,000 each to 5 individual realtors who lost their homes that Friday. In addition, the OABR Foundation donated $20,000 to the Home Buyers Assistance Foundation, an effort guided by the Nebraska Realtors Association. Nationally, the Realtor Relief Foundation provided an additional $600,000 to support all Nebraska tornado victims. This coordinated effort by the local, state, and national realtor organizations speaks volumes to their commitment to the greater Omaha community. Each family can apply to the Nebraska Realtors Association by July 12, 2024 for up to $2,000. Simply visit NebraskaRealtors.com and follow the easy-to-read instructions. Thank you for allowing me to share this important information from the Realtor family.
Thank you. Appreciate it. All right, and we'll make sure to spread the news about that. Thank you so much. And we do have some friends here from Weiss Sealy, but let's knock out our equalization agenda first, which usually doesn't take very long, and we'll get to the Weiss Sealy right before Board of Commissioners agenda. So resolution C through J on equalization here. The motion could include adjournment, though we for sure will be talking about item I. Is there such a motion? Motion for approval by Friend, second by Boyle. Discussion. Again, we definitely will be discussing item I. I do believe that individual is here. Was there anybody else that came to talk about a resolution on equalization? Items C through J. Go ahead, Larry. And please specify which one you'd like to talk about, Larry.
Thank you. On item C. But also I'd like to quickly comment, adding to that.
Larry, you got to identify yourself.
Larry Store, 5015 Lafayette Avenue, Omaha, 68132.
Ron, go ahead.
Your rules seem to have changed all of a sudden. We're now into parliamentary things. This is only the second time that I've heard a member of the board bring up a parliamentary point of privilege. This is reserved for you people, if you're using those rules instead of Robert's rules. But you have allowed some people from the audience to stand up and do that before. But on the equalization procedures, I think you're out of order on that today. And this does not say consent agenda, so I don't quite understand what you're pulling the order out for discussion, but implying that the others would not be discussed. And I believe that that could be a misinterpretation of the Open Meetings Act. And I see our county attorney is here today. So I'm once again complaining about that. Your interpretation might not be his. But also, it's a very good thing that the audience today is here. I was reviewing tapes of previous meetings, and it was on October 3rd of last year that a similar group from UNO was here. And Mr. Goodwillie, if that's the proper last name, took to challenging my challenge of him and property tax exemptions. And I'm going to say it again, you'll probably call me out of order, but for an Islamic center. And also, who actually pays the property taxes for all of those properties that the Omaha Land Bank and Habitat for Humanity exchange back and forth. We do not hear you talk about that. We don't know who buys the property, who pays the property taxes. When I asked that question, he did not answer it. He skirted around it. Well, the owner pays it. Okay, if the Habitat for Humanity pays it, then they're the owner. But he did not answer the question that do they pay it? He skirted around it. I'd like him to answer that today. Does Habitat for Humanity, exchanging properties back and forth with the Omaha Land Bank, ever own the property and pay property tax for it? Yes or no? His only answer was, whoever owns the property pays it. That's not clear enough. The citizens of Omaha that pay property taxes deserve an answer. And when we don't get quick answers, clear answers, I think it's a violation of the Board of Equalization procedures, as well as the Open Meetings Act. Thank you.
Thank you, Larry. All right. Anybody else here to talk about Resolution C through J? Otherwise, we'll get to Resolution I, which is the possible reconsideration of denial of property tax exemption for Casa de Helena 821 South 23rd Street, Omaha, Nebraska. All right, so Mr. Goodwillie will probably ask you to comment after, so.
Okay.
Yep. No, you first. Yeah, go ahead.
I'm Krishna Indigo. I guess I really don't know what to say about this, except I applied for exemption on it because it is a organization in building. Prior to this, it should have been exempt because the person that prior owned it was my grandmother, and I took care of her. And I'm sorry. I guess okay. So the person who prior owned this was my grandmother. I took care of her. She did exemption. I paid property taxes on it every single year. Over the past couple years here, I've been building an organizations for the art, therapy, music, pet, zen, and arts, trying to rebuild a community that's, I guess, like really, really broken in the area. I don't really ask for tax breaks. I don't really ask for anything because I pay my taxes. I do what's right. I do what the city. I try to make the city a better place within those things. And I see a lot of other organizations like doing their own individual thing, and I guess I'm for the bettering thing as well. And I try to get everybody to work together. So it's me here solely trying to do this, and this is my first time. I got a little bit of anxiety standing up here, and I'm just submitting it here. So this is what I have. I've written everything in documentation. Here I am present to prove a point, not even prove a point, but be present, and I guess actions can speak louder than words within this.
Mm-hmm. All right, thank you for being here. Mr. Goodwillie will hear your comments.
Good morning, Commissioners. Mike Goodwillie, Douglas County Assessor, Register of Deeds Office. This was a little bit of a confusing application when we got it. There are 5 tests that need to be met for property tax exemption, what we call permissive exemptions, where somebody applies. And the first and foremost of these is the property must be owned by a charitable, educational, religious, or cemetery organization. And on this application talks about an organization called Casa de Helena. It talks about a business called UNDI LLC, and then the name of the owner of the property is Krishna Indigo. So in reviewing the application, the first thing we did was we went and we looked to see who the record owner was. And currently the record owner is a person named Crystal Harris. That's the most recent transaction per the real estate transfer statement that's available. The property transferred to Crystal Harris on August of 2021. The ownership status hasn't changed. And in fact, on the real estate transfer statement, one of the questions that is asked is the grantee, meaning the person taking over the property, a 501c3 organization. Now, you don't have to have a 501c3 tax exempt certificate to qualify for exemption under Nebraska law, but it's a handy surrogate for whether somebody's a charitable, educational, religious, or cemetery organization. And the answer to that question was no. I did some research with the Secretary of State's office to see if there was an entity on file for Casa de Helena or UNDI LLC. There was not, despite the application claiming that some entity was incorporated in the state of Nebraska. And so the conclusion one draws is this property is simply owned by a private individual. And so it's not going to qualify under the ownership test. If I may make a little bit of analogy, some years ago we had somebody apply because they were for their home because they were homeschooling their children. Well, okay, they might have been doing some educational things there, but it was their dwelling 24/7 and they owned it. That's what's going on here. In the application, Mr. Indigo writes quite extensively and lovingly about his home being a potential place of refuge in a hateful world, and those are wonderful sentiments. I understand that people should feel safe in their homes, and the whole thing about a man's home is his castle. But nonetheless, under this set of facts, this property just doesn't qualify. It's a privately owned single-family dwelling. I don't know. He talks about building an organization. I don't know what that's going to look like. But as of right now, that's not who owns this property.
Thank you, Mr. Goodwillie. We will jump to Commissioner Kavanaugh.
So, Mr. Goodwillie, the Casa de Helena is a private home? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, this is a single-family dwelling.
Okay. And the assessor register of deeds shows the owner as?
The most current record we have, the record owner is somebody named Crystal Harris, who listed their address as 821 South 23rd, this particular address.
Okay. And does Crystal Harris appear in any of these application documents?
No.
Do we know who Crystal Harris is relative to this property?
No.
Okay. Maybe the gentleman here.
Yeah, maybe he could help. I
clarify
don't know.
this.
Hi, this is where I got like really. This is where. Hi, I'm Krishna, I guess, formerly known as Crystal Harris.
Oh, okay.
Hi, surprise here.
Okay, no worries.
This is where it gets a little dicey because there's not a lot of transparency and a lot of communication between different sub-governments within the state of Nebraska itself. Because there is a UNI LLC, and if you come onto the property and you actually observe the property and step into the land, you can see there's other buildings in the back. You can't see it from the street. Interesting enough. Yeah, but hi, I was Crystal. I'm Krishna now, and
Okay. But you are the owner of the property?
yes, I am. Yes.
All right.
I guess I can't say that I live there 24/7 because I also work outside and do other things, and it's more for counseling, growing art, and doing such things. You know, I see other organizations, they are more for like food pantries and stuff, like are living residents, because they live, you know, like they have halfway houses. They have people that live there 24/7 as well. They're constantly rotating people in and out of the justice system, in and out, in and out. Me, it's more like healing and helping others with like art, pet therapy, music therapy, dance therapy, and just being themselves, growing and feeling safe to be themselves. Yeah, I know UNI LLC does exist because if I had, I guess, a paper, I would send it over to the Secretary of State here to show, because I have to pay my registration on it.
Okay,
still.
well, it's not showing up.
Commissioner Kamala, you have more?
Well, I guess I'm still a little confused. So the Casa de Helena is at 821 South 23rd Street, is that correct?
Yes.
And that's the property that we're discussing for this
Yes.
exemption? Yes, okay. And that's your home?
Yeah, it's a house, yeah.
Okay.
Can't say it's my home because the home is like
Now,
wherever your heart dwells.
There's
but-
some mention of is it UNDI LLC?
Yeah, it's you and I, yep. Pronounced
Okay.
you and I.
And that doesn't appear on the Secretary of State's records as a corporation, is that correct, Mr. Goodwillie?
Using that acronym, using those initials, it wasn't showing up.
Okay. Could you clarify that for us?
Yeah, it's, I actually have documentation. I don't have anything with me, but I can forward it over.
I'm sorry, I
I
can't
said I have documentation, but I don't have it with me, but I can forward it over.
Okay.
It's on the property, though. It's just further back, near towards the alley. It's a historic area of town. I guess you had to come see to understand
Okay.
it.
Well, I don't know what discussion there has been between the Assessor Register of Deeds and this gentleman relative to what you say, in lieu of a 501c3 designation, some other qualifying indicia of not-for-profit status. Any discussion beyond what we've had here?
I guess my options are limited too on these things for what the purposes are, you know, and that's kind of what makes it a little bit different. Nebraska's kind of like limited on what they only see as opposed to what we're trying to do here to make a change within society, and
That's
not for
true.
the worse but for the better.
Thank you.
Sorry.
We can come back around. Sorry, I went over already. We can loop back around. Commissioner Borgerson, did you still have a question?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for being here today. So you don't have a 501c3.
No, I do not.
Do you plan on getting a 501c3? And then what you're using this single dwelling home for is to provide those meetings and activities such as the gardening, the dancing, the art therapy. Those will be provided out of this facility, correct?
In and out. So like it's the house is just really, really open. There's not really much of a house there. It's just like a safe house. Just like to have, I guess like halfway houses type thing.
Okay. So my question is, if he got the 501c3 and what is being provided from this location, would that qualify for the tax exemption?
I think we'd need some more specific detail. What I will tell you is that Mr. Harris provided quite an extensive narrative about his plans and what he wants to do going forward. He also mentioned that the property is undergoing renovation, and at least at the current time, none of this is really happening to any significant degree. So I suppose if the property was actually owned by a charitable, educational, or religious or cemetery organization, and there were some sorts of activities that could be construed as charitable or educational, that might be a whole different discussion. But at this point, the ownership is lacking, and it does not appear that the use is predominant for any one of these purposes. What Mr. Harris has said is that the renovation is about 60% complete. At least that's what the application said.
Yeah,
So-
that was back in 2023.
Okay, late 23, yeah.
Yep, late 23. And some of the remodeling and stuff is going with like the teaching process. You know, it's like you want to teach your young to do such like stuff, a thing like that. You know, we don't do that the whole time. You know, we do art within that, and that's. But I also have people over that get counseling and stuff that they need someone to talk to.
So what's the timeline here? So if he left today to go file for a 501c3, say we just laid this over until we found out whether or not he was approved for a 501c3, is that timeline available to him, or is it not available?
If a property is acquired and converted to an exempt use prior to June 30, a property can qualify with an application for that year. Anything after that, he's looking at the next year.
So he'd have to have it done by June 30th.
And given my understanding of the
All
process for getting a 501c3, that's a lengthy, the form is lengthy, you send it in, the feds sit on it for a very, very long time. The likelihood of any of that happening before June 30th of this year is not high.
Well, I'm trying to figure out, because I like what his concept is as to what is going to be provided out of this facility. And so I'm just trying to figure out how and what, if anything, we can do in terms of a timeline to allow him to try to get what he needs to get that tax exemption. But June 30th is just around the corner, so I understand that's
And
probably
candidly,
not
as it
feasible.
stands, the ownership is going to be the issue, at least for right now. I mean,
Well,
it's owned by a private individual. It would need to be owned.
by the 501c3.
Well, yes.
Right. Okay. All right, let me keep thinking a little bit.
Okay.
All right, Commissioner Kavanaugh, then Commissioner Boyle.
Okay. And I kind of agree with Commissioner Borgeson on this. We're sympathetic to what you're trying to do here, sir. It's just a matter of, making sure that we're in compliance with the legal requirements for an exemption. Now, 501c3 would go a long way to do this, but as I understand Mr. Goodwillie, that's not the only way to get to the exemption. However, the other way would require additional discussion, probably between you and the Assessor Register of Deeds office, so that we could get an informed opinion from Mr. Goodwillie, who we rely on in these matters. He's an expert, whether or not you would qualify without a 501c3 prior to this June 30th, is that correct?
Sure.
Date. If not, I'd probably be inclined to go with Mr. Goodwillie and give you the opportunity in the next tax year to resolve this, either by securing a 501c3 or complying with the non-501c3 items that are required by statute.
Mm-hmm.
So I guess my inclination today would be, could we lay this over for a brief period of time to allow you to have that discussion with Mr. Goodwillie and the experts at the Register of Deeds office to come back to us before June 30th for a resolution? I don't think we're talking about big dollar amounts here, are we, Mr. Goodwillie?
I don't have the dollar amount on the value of the property with me.
Do you know what your property is assessed at, sir?
Yeah, 1 second here.
If not, I mean,
It's like
can't be a
79,000.
huge amount.
It's-
mean,
yeah,
just
it's
a
not-
real-
it's
like
not,
little- it's a real little house.
It's not a lot of money.
Okay, I'd maybe be sympathetic to a layover of a couple of weeks, maybe, to resolve this one way or the other for this upcoming tax year, so that we can get it squared away before June 30th, if that would be amenable to my colleagues.
Mr. Chair, if I may, the 2024 value of 821 South 23rd Street is $65,600.
Okay, so based on that, the property tax bill would be, I don't know,
Yep.
thank you.
And it's really, really not that much. And I guess one of the things is, so like being priorly incarcerated, whatever, we, as individuals trying to justice-involved individuals, I already have a hard enough time to get jobs as it is, but also want to do things like this for others in similar positions. And me, personally, I've been having a hard time getting a job and I guess enmeshing well with others that are open-minded to my situation personally, because I was Crystal, now I'm Krishna, and I'm going through this whole transition, and it's a different area that's involved here, and I guess that's where the organization comes into play too.
Well, you expressed some laudable goals there. It's just a question of what we do today.
Mm-hmm.
And if you're amenable to a layover, I mean, that's kind of what I would be inclined to do today. If not, I guess we vote on the resolution, and we're inclined to take Mr. Goodwilly's opinion. 2 weeks?
Yeah.
Okay, so if that's the date,
Quick comment by Mr. Clerk, and then I'll go right back to you, Kevin.
okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, it was denied last week, so there was already action taken on it. This was basically just to possibly reconsider it.
That's what I'm saying. We would lay it over for a couple of weeks. They could have some discussion. No harm, no foul if we do it then as now.
Okay.
That's the motion anyhow.
Okay. The motion by Kavanaugh, second by Borgeson to delay for 2 weeks, you said? Okay. 2 or 3?
That's the next available date.
Delay till June 18th. Okay. That is the motion. It's been seconded. Additional discussion on the motion. Boyle?
It really just goes along similarly, just looking for a solution such as, we know that you don't necessarily have to have 501c3 status to be considered tax exempt. At the same time, it seems like the big hang-up we have is that this is in a person's name, the property's in a person's name. So if the LLC was the owner of the property, knowing what the mission of the LLC is.
If I may.
What does that do was my question.
Well, if I may, typically LLCs are devices that profit-making entities use, and you'd be asking the question, who's the member of the LLC? Now, to the extent that there was some presence of this LLC online, it was listed as being a contractor, which appeared to be sort of a private for-profit, the way Mr. Harris may make his living. So I'm not sure that solves the problem.
So creating an LLC, not an LLC, I'm sorry.
I think the best option for
business
him
with
would be to
a
create a
name.
Nebraska nonprofit corporation and go through the hoops you would have to get that status at the Secretary of State's office.
Okay, and that's the thing we're talking about, the hoop jumping that can take several
There'd
weeks.
need to be articles of incorporation, the
Yeah.
layout, the purpose, and that sort of thing. There'd also probably need to be a little bit more specific delineation of the uses to which the property is put. Mr. Harris has talked about, well, we
Well, I
counsel
think we
somebody
agree
once in a
that,
while.
from what we understand, that the use of the property seems like it does, the mission does seem to be charitable for the most part, so I don't think we have an issue with that.
Well,
I think
now,
it's
wait a
mostly
minute.
getting it set up that way. So I agree with the resolution to
If I
delay.
may,
and
the mission would need to be specified in those articles of incorporation, first of all.
Yeah.
Second of all, what Mr. Harris has talked about throughout the application and accompanying documents is, well, there's some dance, and there's going to be some counseling, and there's going to be some of this and some of that. The second part of the test for exemption is the property must be predominantly used for a charitable, educational, religious, or cemetery purpose. And I think there'd have to be some more specificity about, well, all right, how much counseling? Do you have clients or patients or what have you? Do you have these classes that you teach?
I think
What
this helps.
does the
Excuse me for
predominant?
just a moment, but I do think that this is a helpful conversation because I think now he knows what it takes
Sure.
to.
What does the
to have this
predominant
pass.
use
Yeah.
of the building look like?
Right. So I think this conversation helps, and that's really what we're talking about by delaying it. So that's why I agree with delaying it, because I think these types of things can be sorted out. So you kind of know what everybody's looking for to get the status that it seems that you deserve. So
Yeah, and the LLC. So like I go out and like I did a lot of the work, contracting work to for other individuals that were also. I really just did it to help like the elderly and stuff, elderly, youth, and run down buildings in North and South Omaha that needed renovating. You know, and it was just enough to cover building materials to put into the house. So there's really no profit gain within those things. You know, it's working for peanuts, literally.
yeah, we agree with the cause. I think it's a matter of just getting the paperwork right.
Yeah.
So if we can delay, then that would possibly figure out some type of way to make it work, even though the 50 or the nonprofit status might not officially be on paper at that point. If we have some type of way to know that we have other reasons or can support you another way, I think that's what we're looking for.
Okay.
So I support the delay as well.
Okay.
Just a quick point of clarification for the board, and thanks to Mr. Clerk for pointing it out. We actually do not meet on June 18th due to Juneteenth holiday. Therefore, it'd have to be either the 11th or the 25th, if they won't. If the motioner or seconder would like to amend.
The 25th would be.
25th. Everybody agrees? Okay. So motion to delay to the 25th. Discussion. Commissioner, or Mike. It's your friend.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Commissioner Mike, it's embarrassing. So these are tough every time, and this isn't the first time a situation like this has happened. This is pretty unique, but it's not the first time that we've heard things like this. What I don't know that I necessarily have a problem with delaying this. What I'm worried about is the path is short and it could be difficult for this year. I'm just throwing that out there. One of the reasons that would be the case, in my view, is what we're tasked to do based on the information that we receive from the assessor's office, Mr. Goodwillie and others, is appropriate the fair application of the law. And the to-dos and some of the process that needs to be put into place here to make sure that the entity that you're creating, a very noteworthy entity, is differentiating itself between just a unique entity and others who would love to have something like this.
That's right.
And what I mean is, Mr. Goodwillie alluded to it, there are countless people in our community that are homeschooling. They do dance, they do Zen, they do all kinds of things in their homes, and they do them not just for their own kids, they do them for other kids. People are incorporating other parents to do that homeschooling for them. They will come up in front of us and say, we deserve this exemption, and we deny it. And we deny it because of the fair application of the law. So I'm not lecturing you. What I'm saying is it's difficult for us because I'd love to do it right now. I'd love to say, sure, go, knock yourself out. But if we do not apply, I'm not a lawyer, but if we don't apply that law fairly and accurately, it'll be an onslaught. I mean, there are an awful lot of people doing very charitable work out of their homes that are not receiving this type of thing. So again, I'm not lecturing. What I'm saying is we have to have that differentiation. And the differentiation comes from the type of hard work you're going to end up trying to do here in the next couple of weeks. And then maybe next year, there's more clarity, right? But I feel for you, and I just wanted you to know that I do have a heart. That fair application of the law is the key. So again, I'm not a lawyer, but I know that we don't want to necessarily, and I don't think the commissioners would disagree, is open up floodgates to say, all right, now we see what we have to do is frame it a certain way. No, it needs to be framed in that way that we can understand that differentiation is there. So thank you for coming down here. I know you were here last week too. It's been a long process for you, and sounds like it's going to keep going.
It's been a really long process.
Yeah.
It really has. It's like, I think the paperwork has been like the longest process, but it's a mental game, and like
We-
I guess one of the things that to go with what you're saying about how if you open the floodgates, it's going to be continuous because a lot of people are doing it. I guess a lot of people can't say that they've been involved in the justice system, but in the poverty-stricken area and where it's damaged a lot of the family members. You know, not just the individuals that were incarcerated, but it's a rippling effect. It's a mental numbers game, honestly, and
Yeah.
the hard work and the blood, sweat, and tears put into it, I guess it makes it worth it though even more.
That's
Thanks
totally-
for the time. Yeah.
Thanks,
you.
Commissioner Friend. And Commissioner Borgeson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just had one other question because you own it, but you don't live there, correct?
I stay there once in a while, yeah.
Just once in a while. So
Yeah.
it's not like your everyday living home.
No, I can say I just like shower there and like get my cats are there, my animals are there, so that's just about it. I guess they live in the house.
They live in there.
Yeah.
All right.
It's
So,
an animal sanctuary too, yeah. So it's like that's getting people back to their roots because we're so far separated from what's natural in the world that we kind of got lost in the madness that's happened around.
Well, again, I definitely agree with the layover to try to have some further conversations because I, again, believe what you're doing is commendable and the things that you would be providing to people are definitely needed, and especially as you talk about those that have been justice involved. And I've always been the belief that those closest to a problem come up with the best solutions.
That's
and
right.
so I think that you're on a good path. And so it's always scary when we say we're here to help you as government, but we're here to help you in some way and giving you a little more time to try to work something. Maybe it will, maybe it won't, but I think that that's a good path for you to go on right now.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, colleagues, I'm trying to think of the cleanest version to get this through, because we did have a primary motion to approve C through J plus adjournments, but we are slightly tweaking I to delay or table it till the 25th of June. So I think if we can take out I temporarily from the main motion, just approve C through H and J without I, get that through, and then take the motion to table I to the 25th plus adjournment. Those two motions will get us through. That sound okay to everyone? All right, so if that sounds good, we'll go back to the primary motion, but take out I, and we'll approve C, D, E, F, G, H, J. That had a second, and we'll vote on that first, if the board's okay with that. Sound good, Mr. Clerk? All right.
Motion passes 6-0.
Now I can take a motion to table I to the 25th of June plus adjournment. Moved by Kavanaugh, second by Borgeson. All right, we'll vote.
All right, Commissioners, and while you're voting, I just want to point out that Teresa Urick's actually the one that told me about the meeting on the 18th, not me.
Thank you, Teresa.
Motion passes 6-0, and we are adjourned from Board of Equalization.
Thank you. All right, so as mentioned, that adjourns equalization. Before we jump into Board of Corrections, we will allow our guests from Waisili to come up here one by one, do a quick name and country you're from, and just a quick note of whatever you're studying or working on. And if you want to kick us off here in the corner in the first row, and we'll just go through.
Hi, Sawasdee Kha. My name is Ranjida Rajanakit. I'm a Waisili Fellow from Khon Kaen, Thailand, and I'm currently studying international relations and political science at Thammasat University in Bangkok, Thailand. I'm very inspired by this meeting today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chairman Garcia, members of the board, very good morning. I'm very happy to be here. My name is Davina N. Raja. I am a final year student at University Malaya, which is based in Malaysia. I study education, so I'm very passionate about education, and I'm very happy to be to witness the process that you are going through today. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Base Nalubet Lavijit. I'm from Thailand. I'm currently studying in entrepreneurship in Bangkok University International Programs and also the advocate for education and health policies in Thailand.
Hi, my name is Nguyễn Thị Thu and I'm from Vietnam. I'm working as a coordinator assistant for a non-profit organization for the blind people in Ho Chi Minh City. I'm glad to be a part of this meeting. Thank you.
Thank you.
Assalamualaikum and good morning to Chairman Garcia and also the commissioners. I am Winalda. I'm from Malaysia. I'm currently in my final year studying mechanical engineering, and I'm currently very passionate on providing sustainable development goals number 4, quality education to undocumented children in Sabah.
Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Hanifa from Malaysia. I serve in public service as a clinical pharmacist. Pleasure to be here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Selamat pagi. Good morning. My name is Nita. I'm from Indonesia. And now I'm a third year communication student studying public relations. And I work as an educator and a media too. Thank you. Thank you for having us here.
Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Phùng Thị Kiên Lương, Laura from Vietnam. And I have been working in learning and development field, focusing on learning education. And it is my pleasure to be here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Hello, good morning. I'm Indah Ayu from Indonesia. I'm final year student in Universitas Negeri Yogyakarta, and my major is education policy. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Fatin. I'm from Thailand. I'm currently working on human rights law and graduate from law school. It's so glad to be here. Thank you.
Thanks.
Minglaba and good morning, members of the board. I'm Pugh from Burma, and I graduated high school last year, and I have planned to pursue political science and international relations major this year. And I work in non-governmental field, especially in the area of education. So nice to meet you all.
Great, thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen of the esteemed Board of Commissioners of Douglas County, Nebraska, good morning. I'm Kevin from Indonesia. It is an honor for me to be here. I have a fervent commitment of the transforming youth using digital storytelling so that youth can voice their opinions and form a collaborative solutions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My honor to be here. I'm Srimai Samrat from Cambodia. I'm a recent graduate from university. Our Southeast Asia major in teaching English as a foreign language. Thank you so much for having us.
Thank you.
Hello, good morning. I am Luis Junar Bautista, and I am a development worker working on disability inclusion within our country as well as sustainable transport. It was nice meeting you all.
Good to meet you.
Hi, I'm Gyangwin. I'm from Kachin, Myanmar, and I'm a law student, and currently I'm a volunteer at IDB. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, good morning. It's such an honor to be here. I'm Selina Suarez Franklin from Timor-Leste, and as third-year law student in National University of Timor-Leste. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Zhao An, Selamat Pagi, and Kalabanakam. I'm Rachel from Singapore, and it's an honor to be here. I'm a penultimate student studying public safety and security. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning and mabuhay from the Philippines. I am Patrick. I am a researcher, an activist, and a former politician. I currently lead a project that is focused on implementing and realizing participatory governance, and I'm really glad that I was able to observe how it is being implemented in this county. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Arun Day. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I am Ratanavi Faltong. I'm currently a final year student at the American University of Phnom Penh. I'm from Cambodia as well. And I'm currently an advocate for cybersecurity awareness to rural area.
Great, thank you.
Xin chào. Good morning. I'm Stephen. My Vietnamese name is Trương Minh Nhật, and I'm from Vietnam. And thank you guys for having me here, and thank you for giving me such an amazing experience.
Awesome, thank you.
Hi, I'm Tina Afika from Brunei Darussalam. So my bachelor's degree is in creative expressive therapy and my master's is in counseling. So currently I am a creative therapist and a counselor, and I'm also a published author. I'd also like to give you my artworks of my country, so I'll leave it here.
Great.
And as we say in Brunei, jumpa lagi, which means hope to see you again soon. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sabadi. Good morning, everyone. My name is Latana. I'm a Wisely Fellow from Laos. Currently, I'm working with the INGO called the Hello Trust as a translator, and we working on UXO clearance. Thank you for having us today.
Thank you.
Hello from Indonesia. I'm Tresya. I'm so happy here. I'm graduate from English education in my country, and one thing that I want to learn and curious here is about education and literacy in Nong Hat. Thank you for having us.
Thank you.
Mabuhay. My name is Frael Garcia. I'm from the Philippines. I'm also currently taking my master's degree in community development at the University of the Philippines, Diliman. I'm also an elected official in our country. I'm working in the programs and projects about nutrition and food security. I'm also having have a program called Project Defenders. Breaking Barriers Through Education it is a program that aims to give equal access of opportunities for deaf people in our country. Thank you for having us.
Thank you for being here. All right. Is that everybody, Val? Okay.
Good morning.
Morning.
It is an honor to be here. My name is Renz Machon. I'm from Dumaguete City, Philippines. And I used to be a member of our city council. And my term has just ended last November. And now I'm working as community affairs officer under the mayor's office.
Awesome. Thank you.
And good morning. My name is Val McPherson, and I'm from 6415 Glenwood Road, Omaha, Nebraska. I would like to say good morning and happy Election Day, and thank you for once again hosting one of our delegations of future leaders. This one happens to be from Southeast Asia and representing 11 countries. And this is the 10th anniversary of this Wisely program. And UNO has been a part of it from the very beginning. We began by doing one per year, then two. Then we were asked to oversee the programs at two other universities, which we are still doing. And I'm looking forward to bringing another delegation of future leaders from Southeast Asia here in the fall, and once again, another delegation of future leaders from Eastern Europe this summer. I would like to take a moment to embarrass my group by saying that the selection process for this is similar to the State Department's International Visitor Leadership Program, the oldest program of its kind in the State Department. And I recently found out that 1,000 alumni of that program, which has similar screening abilities as this one, 1,000 of the alumni have now been either president or prime minister of their countries. So you have a distinct possibility of having a future leader of their country sitting in your chamber today. I would also like to do something very unexpected, and I'm inspired by the generosity of the Nebraska Realtors. And I would like to have my associate from UNO, Michael Butcher, stand up. He is on the Red Cross disaster response team. And I know that after the tornadoes, he had an extremely busy weekend. And I would like to honor him for the work that he did for the tornadoes. So once again, thank you for hosting us today, and thank you for all of the times that you have hosted our delegations over the last year. Excuse me, the last 10 years. Thank you.
Thank you, Val. Thank you, friends, for visiting us today. Appreciate your time. All right, we're going to jump back into the agenda here. Our next item was, oh, sorry. Commissioner Callow, did you have something? Oh, it's
To Dr. McPherson and young South Asian leaders, you honor us, and congratulations, you're here on Election Day, so you can see our democracy in action. Thank you for coming.
Thank you. All right, Board of Corrections is next. Roll call.
Commissioner Borgeson. Commissioner Boyle. Commissioner Kavanaugh. Commissioner Friend. Commissioner Morgan. Mr. Rogers is absent. Mr. Chair.
Here. First item of business is approval of the minutes of the Board of Corrections meeting held Tuesday, April 23rd, 2024. Do I have a motion and a second? Motion by Boyle, second by Friend. Please vote.
Commissioner Kavanaugh is voting yes. Motion passes 6-0.
Thank you. Second item of business is report from the Director of Corrections, though I think today Amber is doing it, so welcome.
Is it still morning? Yep. Good morning, Commissioners. Deputy Director Amber Redmond, delivering the Board of Corrections report for April. There's a small typo on the first summary page. We have completed 10 months of the budget year, and we are currently sitting at $6,285 under budget. There were $337,000, just over that, spent on overtime costs during the month of April, and that is a significant decrease. In fact, it's the lowest monthly amount since November of 2021. And costs are all relative considering the wage increases that we've experienced over the years. So if you look at the number of overtime hours reported in the month of April, it's actually the lowest number of overtime reported in approximately 4 years. So we continue to make some significant improvement on that, and we're not done. Looking at enclosure 2 for community corrections and reentry services, the Sanction Center and TDC Center placed a total of 13 individuals in community corrections and saved a combined total of 98 bed days in the main facility. Pretty much business as usual for the remainder of community corrections. We do continue progress on that external brick wall that we're attaching to that building, which should allow us to consider placement for more individuals over at the CJC, which we plan to take a look at later this year. Moving on to pretrial services, we are in the middle of kind of some staffing changes there due to Mike Rupiper's retirement. Meanwhile, we continue to place individuals on pretrial services. 256 individuals were placed on pretrial release. 1,322 individuals were supervised on pretrial release, and 570 individuals participated in 24/7 sobriety, so that number continues to remain high. We had 118 individuals supervised on GPS monitors, saving a total of 2,637 jail bed days. Moving on to enclosure 3 for accreditation, worth noting in that section is that we are in the process of seeking an extension on our NCCHC audit timeline due to the medical contract being currently out for bid. We do not foresee that request being an issue. Enclosure 4 under personnel, we did lose 5 officers below the rank of sergeant in the month of April. However, we do remain 106% staffed among the correctional officer ranks. That number does include the new officers that were in our training academy. We did just graduate that class on Friday. That was 27 individuals. So this week they're starting their FTO placement, and they'll remain side by side on some field training for the next 2 weeks before they're able to be staffed on their own. We are looking at early to late July, sometime in the month of July, for our next academy class. I mentioned the staffing changes that we're experiencing in pretrial services. We'd like to extend our congratulations to Tyrone Harper, who was promoted to the pretrial services administrator after Mike Rupiper's retirement. Officer Matthew Dahl celebrated 25 years of service with DCDC, and many employees were recognized for their meritorious service. In fact, at graduation on Friday, we handed out our annual award winners. So we recognized our Officer of the Year, Supervisor of the Year, and Employee of the Year at that graduation ceremony, and I'm sure we'll report that out in next month's Board of Corrections report. Moving on to enclosure 5, dealing with the population, our count remained steady during the month of April. We did experience a low count at one point during that month of just over 1,000 at 1,005. We're really hoping to see that number drop below 1,000, but we just haven't quite got there. Our average daily population did remain consistent around 1,036. Below that are the new stats that Director Myers has been reporting on in regards to average length of stay. So looking at that data, again, this is specific to the inmates that were released during the month of March. The overall average length of stay was 26.6 days. And then, of course, he parses it out there for inmates that stayed longer than 72 hours. It's just under half of our population. The average length of stay for those inmates were about 57.8 days. Of the 51.1% of inmates that were released within 72 hours of being booked, their average length of stay was just 1.4 days. Moving on to enclosure 6 for medical, they did complete 1,131 intake screenings. Inmates were sent out 25 times for emergent medical care, and 8 of those were by 911. 5 of those ended up as hospital admissions, which resulted in 13 days of hospitalization. Moving on to enclosure 7 for mental health, worth noting there were 104 mental health infirmary placements. Those are individuals coming in that we needed to place on some sort of suicide precaution. Additionally, they placed 213 individuals on drug and alcohol withdrawal protocols. All of those placements are happening within our medical infirmary at the facility. A number that doesn't move much, 49.9% of our population was diagnosed with a mental illness during the month of April. Moving on to enclosure 8, we did have current members of the crisis negotiation team prepare for, attend, and help facilitate the annual NDCS Basic Crisis Negotiations Academy. We had 8 staff members competing for a spot on the CNT team that were also in attendance, and they were evaluated during that training. That's a very demanding week of training for those individuals, and we're really proud of the team members that participated in that. During the month of April, CERT was deployed 6 times to include a high-risk security search that was completed in Housing Unit 20 after fentanyl was discovered in the unit. In all, 5 units within the facility were searched during the month of April. We recovered items used for tattooing, fentanyl, 3 small baggies of a white powdery substance, and Cash App Intel. Unfortunately, the Honor Guard was deployed on 2 occasions during the month of April. They provided services both at the funeral for our own corrections officer, Bridget Harlow, and they also provided assistance with the funeral services for the fallen Ceresco police officer, Ross Bartlett. Moving on to enclosure 9, applications and interviewing and hiring remain consistent. We had 26 individuals that were interviewed for the correctional officer positions. 100 applications were received, and referrals for the Wellness and Retention Office and the peer support team remained steady. We did end up activating peer support and EAP on April 2nd in response to the death of our correctional officer, Bridget Harlow. A few other noteworthy items. We did conduct our first graduation ceremonies that we've held since 2020. So pre-COVID, we had 2 GED graduation ceremonies in April to commemorate recent graduates, both in the Community Corrections Building as well as in the main facility. So we held a graduation right here for those individuals that participated in obtaining their GED from Community Corrections. And then we held a graduation ceremony in the courtroom down at the facility for any of those individuals from the main facilities that obtained their GED and were still incarcerated over the last 3 years. That was a wonderful turnout. We're very proud of the work that those individuals have exhibited. We obviously continue work and planning for our own mental health edition. We are hoping to break ground on that over the summer. And as mentioned, our medical contract is currently out for bid. We hosted prospective vendors at a pre-proposal conference and posted answers to over 100 vendor questions. Those proposals were due May 8th, so we are in receipt of those now and are currently evaluating them. And already, as mentioned a couple of times, we did lose one of our own correctional officers, Bridget Harlow, to a tragic car accident on April 2nd. This loss had a tremendous impact on our department, but we do remain proud of our DCDC family and how we respond whenever any one of us faces a personal tragedy and crisis. We will memorialize and forever honor Bridget in our memorial display down at the jail. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much for the reports. We'll take comments. Commissioner Kavanaugh?
Thank you. Thanks for this, Amber. As you're probably aware, I usually have some questions for Mike when he delivers this report. However, you've been so informative and comprehensive, I have no questions for
Wonderful.
you today. I just really appreciate the report. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
It's a special day today. Commissioner Borgeson?
Mr. Chair, thank you, Amber, and for the report. I just read an article that I thought was interesting, and it was focusing more on prison population and the aging population of our prisons. And can we take a look, or have you taken a look at what our jail population is in terms of the age? I see that there's some numbers in here in terms of like 18 to 24 and all the way up to 79 plus. But what the article was talking about was, one, those that were arrested early on, and again, this is prison, so they're staying there much longer. But one of the points of the article was that there have been more arrests of that 50 plus older population than there had been back 10 years ago. So I just wondered if we were seeing that in our jails. And so if we could maybe talk about that next time, or the next time. It's not, no hurry. I was just interested since I read that article.
Yeah, we'll have to partner with DOTComm to see about a report being pulled on those stats.
All right, thanks.
We'll look into that.
All right, any other comments on the corrections report?
Well, one of the reasons that not only am I interested in just because it's the age issue, but also because of what services, specifically medical, that we may have to start taking a look at if we see that the folks that are coming in are of that older population.
Sure.
So that.
Understood.
All right. Good. Thank you very much, Amber. Appreciate it. And looks like I'll take a motion for adjournment.
Second.
Motion by Boyle, second by Friend. Please vote.
Motion passes 6-0.
Thank you. We'll now jump into our Board of Commissioners meeting. Roll call.
Commissioner Borgeson? Commissioner Boyle? Commissioner Kavanaugh? Commissioner Friend? Commissioner Morgan? Commissioner Rogers is absent. Mr. Chair.
Here, I will do a quick note that Commissioner Rogers is traveling, but he actually is on Zoom, participating via Zoom. So with that being said, we will go into our first item of business, Item 1A and B, A being the approval of the minutes of the Board of Commissioners meeting held Tuesday, May 7th, 2024, and B, the approval of claims submitted for payment process through Tuesday, May 14th, 2024. Do I have a motion and a second? Motion by Friend, second by Boyle. Please vote.
Motion passes 6-0.
Thank you. Next, we'll jump into our consent agenda, items A through H. Is it my understanding that item B has been removed for later? That's correct? Okay, very good. So I remove item B from the consent, and therefore all remaining items are on the consent agenda. Do we have a motion and a second for the remaining items? Second by Boyle, or excuse me, motion by Boyle, second by Friend. Do I have any comments on the consent agenda? Seeing none, we'll vote.
Motion passes 6-0.
Thank you. Next, we have items 3, being recognitions and proclamations. We have item A, recognition of the following county employee, which is Daniel Shear, who worked for Douglas County Corrections for 22 years. I don't think Daniel's here today, is he? No? All right. Therefore, we give our thanks to Mr. Shear for his long tenure, 22 years at Corrections. Thank you, Daniel. We'll also jump into our presentations now. Oh, my bad. We need to vote on that recognition. Make it official. Motion by Borgerson, second by Friend. Please vote.
Commissioner Morgan. Motion passes 6-0.
Thank you. Now we'll jump into our presentations. We have 3 total under the presentation section, and then a couple more after that. But first, under 4A, we have Visit Omaha's annual tourism reports. And we'll get started here in just a second.
Good morning, Commissioners. I'm Deborah Ward, 120 South 31st Street with Visit Omaha. Next week is National Travel and Tourism Week, so it's appropriate that we're here today talking about all we've done for tourism. I did want to take a moment to introduce the team that's with me today. Our VP of Operations, Dean Miller, just left. He had to go operate. We have our VP of Marketing, Jasmine Goodwin. We have our office manager, Jody Jordan, who wanted to know what we do when we're not in the office. That's a good lesson. And we have our Vice President of Sales, Kathy, and I'll give you her full name a little bit later on in the presentation. I'm going to do something a little bit different. The presentation's a little bit different. I tried to do something that maybe was a little bit more interesting and engaging. We'll see if it works. I did, to be honest with you, I showed this ahead of time to a large group of hoteliers to see what they thought, and they loved it. Granted, they were drinking, so we'll see how this goes. I'm going to give you a little taste of a synopsis of 2023 and a kind of a taste of what we're working on for 2024. Some big numbers here to share with you because 2023 was a huge year of growth. First big number is $271 million. Hotel revenue hit another all-time high in 2023, $271 million, 9% higher than last year. And we talk about these big numbers and we don't ever kind of absorb them. So I asked ChatGPT to give me another way to illustrate $271 million. It told me, and I double-checked it, so it's true, that you'd have to spend $1 every second of every minute of every hour of every day of every week for 8.6 years to be able to spend as much as the Douglas County hotels made in 2023. So that, to me, that's pretty impressive. Another big number. We helped fill and the hotels took care of and cleaned, and many of these rooms looked like that when they were cleaning them, more than $2.1 million hotel rooms in 2023, 4% more than the year prior. And 2.1 million hotel rooms, that's equivalent to approximately 525,000 four-bedroom homes. Can you imagine cleaning that many homes in a year? No. Where am I going here? 60% of all of the hotel rooms available in Douglas County were filled in 2023. Any guesses the last time that happened? It's when this guy was president. He might be looking a little good to you, some of you right now, I don't know. But back in 2007, there were 64 hotels and 7,700 hotel rooms. In 2023, we had 82 hotels and 10,000 hotel rooms. So that's 60%. Means a lot more. That's 16 years worth of growth that included a recession and a pandemic. So yeah, he may not be looking too good, but those numbers do. Now to some meat and potato numbers. This slide represents the number of meetings and events held in 2023 that either originated out of our office or that we assisted with. So by no means the total number of meetings that happened in Omaha. The economic impact of these meetings was $164 million, 14% higher than 2022. So the stake was a little bit larger last year. As you might be aware, our sales team is always working 3 to 5 years ahead, trying to convince convention and meeting planners to book business here in Omaha. And the sales team secured 169 meetings for future years, 128,000 hotel rooms that will bring 122 million, more than that, into our community. And these numbers go out. So we've booked business as far out as 2029. We also have some tentative business that we're about ready to secure, right, Kathy? For 2030 and 2031, when, stay with me, this guy will finally be old enough to run for president. He's 28 now, and you've got to be 35. So 7 years. That's right. We have business on the books 7 years out, and that really says something about our city because we had trouble, oh gosh, maybe 10 years ago, trying to get people to book 2 years ahead. So that says a lot. Fun fact about Patrick Mahomes. During the playoff, when his team was losing, he turned it into a win. In fact, he converted a loss or a tie into a win 67% of the time. That's a better conversion rate than both Tom Brady and Aaron Rodgers, who are tied at 53% conversion rate. And I would argue 53, 52, 53 is pretty dang good. Well, it just so happens to be the same conversion rate as this team. And now you can know Kathy Andy Reed Keller is our VP of Sales, and she leads our team. Maddie Swifty Sheeter, Mark Pacheco Rath, Matt, heck, he could be Kelsey, and Jessica Butker-Setchi, who can kick a motor coach group through any goalpost. But anyway, they had a great season as well. So here's their 2023 season stats. We had 75 site visits that we hosted. 33 were awareness site visits where we bring meeting planners in just to explore the city, to see if the city would be good for their group. But 42 of them were competitive. So they actually came here to determine, are we going to choose Omaha or are we going to choose another city? And 22 of those selected Omaha, 52% conversion rate. See where I'm going there? So we have the Tom Brady of sales teams, which I say that's pretty good. I'm going to move on to Jasmine's department. This is our advertising and promotion. I'm going to take a drink. We continue to focus our attention on these cities, key regional drive and fly markets to increase leisure travel and to brand Omaha as a great destination or viable destination for meetings, events, and leisure. We continue to take a layered approach in all of our advertising, and so we can be cost-effective and creative. So 1 week we might be running television commercials on both broadcast and streaming, while the next week we might be running radio commercials and you'll see billboards. So how'd we do? Well, the year-long campaign reached Visit Omaha's target market a total of 141 million times on various different platforms. That's triple. That's why you have the triple hamburger there. That's triple the number of times the commercial was seen in 2022. And we knew we had to make a strong push in 2023 to try to hold on to that revenge travel of 2022. Everybody was cooped up. They wanted to get out. So we had a lot of people traveling in 2022. So could we hold on to them? Well, one way we can tell is by our website stats. All of our commercials end with go to visitomaha.com to plan your trip. In 2023, we saw a 30% increase in website visits from our targeted cities that we target with advertising. More than 318,000 people went to the website from Kansas City, Des Moines, Sioux Falls, Chicago, and Minneapolis. Consumers watched 297 times our videos on YouTube, more than double what they watched in 2022. And we saw an almost 8% increase in the number of people who choose to follow us on one of our Visit Omaha social media platforms. They choose. We can't make them. So this is a good number. We all have more than 204,000 followers. But ultimately, of course, our goal is to translate that increased advertising into increased visitation. The other question is, how do we track? It's not like we can hold up a sign and say, hey, all of you people from Kansas City, you stand over here, and all you people from Minneapolis, you stand over here. And that's where technology comes into play. We use a company called Placer AI. It's an independent analytics tracking firm that uses cell phone data to track visitation. So when someone, maybe you've downloaded the Live 360 app and you give it permission to track your location, well, that's the kind of data that is used to help track visitation. Does it track everybody? No, but it gives us a really good comparison year over year. So in 2023, we saw more than 2.7 million visitors just from our targeted cities. That's 130,000 more visitors. So yeah, we held on to those revenge travelers and then some. To better visualize this, 2.7 million people. It's like filling Memorial Stadium, and it's 85,000 seats more than 32 times. That's a lot of people from just those targeted markets. We also operate, as you well know, 3 Omaha Visitor Center. One is down at 10th and Farnham in the downtown Omaha area. And in partnership with the Council Bluffs Convention and Visitors Bureau and Sarpy County Tourism, we also run 2 visitor information desks at the airport, one in the North Terminal and one in the South Terminal. And that's what they look like. Last year, we served over 51,000 visitors in those 3 visitor centers. That is an 18% increase over 2022. And to accommodate more visitors, we absolutely increased staff and expanded our hours. In addition, in 2023, the Visitor Center was fully renovated to better serve individuals. And right before Christmas, we opened up a little retail shop with Visit Omaha branded products. And as you can see, we've got baseball bat mugs, we've got I Heart Omaha shirts. And just in case you were wondering if I forgot to bring you anything, I did not. One of the most popular items for sale during Berkshire Hathaway was Omar the Troll doll, which Douglas County helped us build the statue under the Bob Carey pedestrian bridge. So I've brought an Omar the Troll doll for each one of you. And if you happen to have more than one child or more than one grandchild, I have a perfect place where you can go buy more. So moving on to 2024, and I'm not going to throw them at you. We'll have them delivered. Moving on to 2024, a recent independent forecast for hotels in Douglas County predicts 2024 will actually outperform 2023 and 2022's impressive numbers. They're anticipating that occupancy will go up to 61%, that revenue will hit $283 million, and that demand will go up 2%. So that actually means, Catherine, more money possibly in the Douglas County Improvement Fund, which will be great. We've also provided you with a printed copy of our 2023 annual report and our 2024 business plan, but I'm just going to talk about a few things. We plan to expand our sports department, hopefully not their waistlines. We've just hired a new national sales manager dedicated to the sports market who will assist our director of sports, Mark Rath, who you saw in the picture before, especially with the future developments of Tranquility Park and Levi Carter Park. This is an important piece that we wanted to add. We're also exploring hiring a dedicated salesperson in Washington, D.C. If you didn't know, Washington, D.C. has the highest percentage of meeting planners in the country. And we're going for year-round advertising. We're going to continue that to try to get their message out year-round. And we've produced 3 or 6 new commercials that focus on sports fans, art and music lovers, foodies, adventure seekers, history buffs, and families. So Jasmine's been very busy doing all of these videos. In closing, right, favorite 2 words, I asked ChatGPT to define growth, and it came up with this long, very accurate description of what growth really is. And artificial intelligence does a wonderful job describing this, but it actually takes the real people in the tourism community and the people who sit on boards like this to make those numbers in 2023 a reality, and who we will happily work alongside of to try to do it again in 2024. So, thank you, and I will be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much. I must say, yeah.
And you weren't even drinking, so yay.
I haven't seen many people enjoy giving a PowerPoint as much as.
Oh, is
you
that
do.
it? Is that what it is?
So,
Okay.
It was good, very good. Commissioner Kavanaugh?
Thank you. And thanks for this, Deb. I agree. This is one of the more enjoyable PowerPoints I think the board has ever seen. So kudos to you and whoever helped put it together. It's really good. And great news.
Yeah.
Thanks, and congratulations to everybody that worked so hard to make it happen. I know you guys do a super job because one of my siblings is a volunteer at the Visitors Bureau, and she takes it so seriously that she skipped a family event recently, which in our family is a little, because she had to be a volunteer at the Visitors Bureau.
Oh my gosh, we're gonna
hi, Kathy, if
recommended
you're
her.
watching, you do a great job too. This is great news because visitors who stay in hotels in Douglas County pay a tax that Douglas County uses to support our Visitor Improvement Fund. And we are, like you indicated here, I think experiencing a record year of those revenues to allow us to underwrite a load of community events, from the College World Series to local museums to Cinco de Mayo's parade and a variety of other events that make us a better, richer, more interesting community for people to come and visit. So when you promote, those numbers go up. When those numbers go up, our revenues go up. When our revenues go up, the excitement of Omaha goes up. So it's great news to hear that we have rebounded from what was pretty tough little pandemic depression here to record highs. We look forward to that. The only point that I would make is in all those cities that we were advertising, we have family there. We have family coast to coast. And I'm glad to hear that we're promoting, because we'd love to have them come back to Omaha and visit and stay. But Denver's not on there, and there's a load of us in Denver too. So if we could add Denver, that'd be great. It would also complete the circle of cities from north, east, south to a western designation. So I think that would be a good addition. But you do a super job. Thank you for all you do, and we really appreciate it. Good luck.
Thank you. You know, we've actually looked at Denver before, but research shows they like to fly west. But we're happy that your relatives will come and see you, and so please keep pushing that.
Good. Great.
Thank you. Commissioner Boyle?
Yep. Thanks a lot, Deb. I appreciate that. A couple questions. First, what's considered a visitor? Is it someone who drives on the interstate and stops at Burger King and continues? Or
That would be a day visitor. When we give you these numbers, these are overnight visitors. And a visitor we consider somebody who travels here and spends the night from over 60 miles away.
Oh, okay. Good deal. And then besides the zoo, Berkshire College World Series, what are the highest revenue generators, or the highest visitor groups that we tend to get here?
You mean like a demographic?
Yeah, like is it the sporting events? Is it the museums?
I gotcha.
Yeah.
You know, we get a lot of attendees to our meetings and conventions, obviously the zoo and the College World Series, but we're also known as generally a very great 3 to 4 day long weekend from those regional markets just for families, for girlfriend getaways, and for guy getaways.
Okay, that just, yeah.
Because we keep promoting our beer scene. I feel like I'm talking about alcohol a lot here, but it does draw people into the city.
Okay, I was just kind of curious. All right, thanks.
Thank you.
Commissioner Morgan?
Thank you and your team for the job that you do. And I know there's so many, like you just mentioned, the zoo, College World Series and all that, but, you know, I think it's nice to say Berkshire Hathaway and Warren Buffett to have what he has here a few weekends ago is just unbelievable. I mean, the people coming from other countries and visiting Omaha because of that weekend is just really special for our community. And I
absolutely
just wanted to extend a thank you to that individual, Warren Buffett, at this point in his life, that we really appreciate that, because 50 years ago he was having his meetings, gentleman that I knew worked there, setting up folding chairs at 30th and Harney on the northeast corner is where he had those meetings when his stockholders would come. I wasn't one, so I didn't get to go, but I knew of someone that was folding chairs at that office building, insurance building there.
We had a
Yeah.
record number of people from Berkshire Hathaway visit our visitor center. We had a cutout of Warren Buffett, and I was like, okay, a cutout. They came here to see the real guy. Nope. 200 selfies with our cutout of Warren Buffett. 200. Yeah.
But I mean, trying to go out to dinner during that weekend is almost impossible because they're just everywhere. I mean,
And the publicity, I think we had 6,900 articles done about Berkshire Hathaway being in Omaha over those 4 short days.
So
yeah, it's great.
Thank you to
Yeah.
Warren Buffett
Yeah,
for
thank you.
having those meetings here.
Commissioner Borgerson?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Deb, and all the staff. You guys just do a phenomenal job, but your presentation was, it was good. The sports data, though, you know, we've talked to many years about how that is a big draw for here, and it's more than just the College World Series. It's Little League sports. Do you have data at some point that maybe you could just share, like what does that impact really have on Douglas County as a whole?
Absolutely.
Okay.
We can pull all of the youth sports. I mean, I like to say that we're professional at amateur sports, but I mean, when you think about the A6 President's Day volleyball, and maybe you guys don't think about it, but it happens every year here in February, and I think when it's over the President's Day holiday, it's maybe 4 days, it brings in $6.9 million. And that's, nobody from Omaha or Douglas County goes to see it, but it's a huge moneymaker for the city. And we've got another one coming in for Martin Luther King weekend. It's all those youth sports. If you think about when, you know, you travel with your kids, you bring your family, and it brings in a lot of money to our community.
Yeah, yeah. So at some point, no rush.
Yeah,
I would just
absolutely.
be interested in
Kathy,
seeing
get on that.
Thank you.
Good, thank you.
Any other comments on this presentation?
I have a comment.
Oh, go
On
ahead,
Zoom.
Luis. Yep, go ahead, Luis.
Oh, Luis.
Thank you. Commissioners have already pointed out the good. And then I appreciate the history that Deb highlighted from the 2000s up to 2024. And we're a strong community. One thing I'd point out is during that time, downtown has grown. It's moved northward. Yeah, especially with the north of Cumming. Recently, I looked at a map of downtown. Now, areas north of Cummings Street is considered downtown. And one last point is that I saw in the news Steve Buscemi got randomly attacked in New York, and I haven't read such information about the downtown community where there's increase in random attacks. So we should also thank the homeless population for behaving themselves, interacting with the visitors, which that could be a volatile situation, but I think most homeless people mind their own business, and that's a good thing. Thank you.
Thank you, Luis. Larry?
Larry Storr, 5015 Lafayette Avenue, Omaha 68132. Thank you, Deborah. That was very good. Excellent. I don't know if I'll get a chance to be positive, but this reminds me of an old music movie called The Music Man, right here in River City. Burgess, or Robert Preston. You reminded me of him, but she didn't have the drum majors thing. And some of my sales work when you were giving a great presentation on how you were going to drop the pencil any minute to get the signature. Very interesting. But you know, if you look at a map, Omaha's right in the middle of the country. And we had the explorers going through here. We had the railroads going through here. We had the river boots going through here. We should redo our docks out here and let people from the lower parts of the country and upper parts of the country visit us by boat, riverboat, and reestablish some of that history. They can come in by the trains also. Kind of, if you look at the map, just kind of like that. Good airport. And we've got missiles they can ride if nothing else. So let's promote right here in River City. Thank you.
Thank you, Larry. Any other comments? Otherwise, we will move to our next presentation. Thank you so much, Visit Omaha. The next presentation is item B, presentation of surgery care management services by Goldfinch. Commissioner Borgeson, did you have anything to kick us off?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'm just excited to have Mr. John Greenwood with us from Goldfinch Health, who had presented this opportunity for our employees at a committee meeting already, but it is really a phenomenal program that I think is worth the entire county taking a serious look at. Mr. Greenwood and I met during some work that's being done through the opioid settlement committee at the state level. And I can tell you without a doubt that the programs that he is going to talk about, both through the employee network and through hospital networks, is the truest and purest type of prevention program for opioids. And so as we talk about how do we tackle the opioid problem, one of the big issues that I think need to be addressed is the prevention. Not that anything on the back end isn't important, because it is, that saves lives, but if we can prevent those opioids from even getting to the person or given to the person or taken from the person from someone else, that to me is where we really will make a huge dent. And so John, again, Mr. Greenwood is here to tell us about the program that he would potentially offer to our employees, and so I will turn it over to John.
Perfect. Thank you, Commissioner Borgeson. I'm not sure who put on the agenda surgery following immediately with that wonderful vacation presentation, but not doing any of us any favors. My name is John Greenwood, 31 Eversole Lane, Iowa City, Iowa. But we do have a family vacation to visit family for June 10th, so we'll be feeding into that. But I'm here to talk a little bit about surgery and potentially offering this to be leaders in the community, to offer this for the employees of Douglas County to help them navigate their operations. Just a brief bit on surgery. In my background, I have a background in pharmacokinetics, pharmacodynamics, other really boring research projects, and then I moved into the OR and spent a decade training physicians on minimally invasive and robotic approaches to surgery. And while I was there, I saw this giant contrast between what was possible with these really elite providers and staff and what most people were likely to get. I actually lost an uncle to a hospital-borne hip replacement, very routine procedure, and I have a family that spent years addicted to opioids as well, so I'm very, very passionate about this subject. But it's also a very, not only is surgery leading gateway to opioid addiction and abuse, but it's also extremely expensive to not only a person's well-being in their life, but to the county as well. In fact, some estimates show that 60% of all healthcare costs to the county or to the municipality come from surgical operations. And that is about 3 to 5%. So if you're really focusing on, well, how can we have this outsized impact? It can be through surgery, and I'll get into that a little bit more too. So additionally, as Commissioner Borgeson was talking about, there's been a lot of improvements around the opioid epidemic, but still we're seeing that, we've lost 20 pounds, but unfortunately we were 300 pounds, not 200 pounds. And so we can see that whereas the state of Nebraska had at its peak about 60 or 70 prescriptions per 100 people annually, the state of Nebraska is now at 44, but Douglas County, where a lot of people, including my family, come for health care, there's 60 prescriptions written for every 100 people in 2022, the latest CDC data. We're on a mission to change that as well as deliver better healthcare outcomes. And so just as a brief summary, I want to talk to you a little bit about what we do and then about the science behind what we do. So at Goldfinch Health, we're essentially a team of nurses that when we find out a patient is heading towards surgery through what's called the pre-certification process, the insurance company approves the surgery, they let us know, we reach out to that patient and ask them if they want the additional support from the patient or for their procedure. About the tune of 60 to 70% of the time, the patients say, I'd love this additional help because, especially in this day and age, the nursing shortages is impacting hospitals, it's impacting doctors' offices. It's very, very difficult to even get in touch with your hospitals or your providers. And so when they opt in, we can help them with a number of ways. We can help them find a surgeon that's in network. We don't restrict the network, but we'll say, hey, we actually know a physician that can do this very minimally invasively. They can do this with tiny, small incisions if you'd like us to help. Or a lot of times, maybe they've picked a surgeon, and that's fine. So we're going to be there before the procedure and after the procedure. And the critical part of this is before that operation, we're going to be talking about some really important innovations. I'm going to go forward to this real quick. Some really important innovations around healthcare that you're on your own not likely to get, but you can advocate for and get. And it's called Enhanced Recovery After Surgery Protocols, ERAS. This is the most important thing I believe going on in the OR, more important than robotics. And it's about optimizing and making sure the most important person in the OR is the patient. And when you optimize the patient, their outcomes are so much better. I'll give you an example, though. Historically, what we tell a patient going into surgery is you can't eat or drink anything after midnight. We don't want anything in your stomach that can get into your lungs. It's been around since the 1940s, and it was based on a bad study, and it's frankly terrible advice to give to a patient. You should not have to go 20 hours or 15 hours without a calorie. The better way, what's the American Society of Anesthesiologists actually recommend? A clear carbohydrate beverage up to 2 hours prior to operation. But that's confusing. It's hard to even say, obviously. So what does that really mean? It's a Gatorade 2 hours before your operation has been shown to dramatically improve outcomes. It's out of your stomach. It takes the acid that's built up with it as well. Another critically important part, this goes to the heart of some of the economics of this too, is that when Harvard did a study looking at their total knees and their total hip replacements, and they gave half of them a Gatorade and the other half they said don't eat or drink anything. The half that got a Gatorade left the hospital an entire day sooner. So if your employees are getting a 2 or 3 day hospital stay for their knee or their hip replacement, a 70-cent Gatorade is a heck of a place to start to get them to an ambulatory and outpatient surgery. That can save $20,000 to $30,000 in just the billed charge for that Gatorade. Another critical part of this, and this is directly to what Commissioner Borgensen was saying, is that we can actually treat pain better now. And the way you do that is before the procedure even begins, provide the patients with non-opioid alternatives. The idea that we got pain pills to be synonymous with opioids is really a testament to the Sackler families and their marketing campaign to get us thinking opioids are the good stuff. The reality is they're not that effective. They cause things like infection. They suppress your immune system. They increase risk of heart attacks and stroke with deep vein thrombosis. And the other really amazing thing is that these alternatives actually work better. Opioids don't actually treat pain. They activate your reward system. That's why they're so addictive. But they're not actually addressing the underlying pain. And if you address the underlying pain before the procedure begins, we advocate with providers and we teach providers on what's called, we kind of joke about a little TLC, a little Tylenol, extremely effective drug. Lyrica for nerve pain, and Celebrex. Celebrex is a drug that's just like ibuprofen. It's an NSAID, but it doesn't interfere with bleeding risks, which is the reason surgeons usually don't prescribe them. You do that, you do a long-acting Novocaine-like block, you do massage has been shown to be improvement, distraction, vibration therapy that we provide to patients, all of those kind of things. I've now talked about 6 or 7 different things, heat and ice. All of these are very effective at treating pain. So when you come out of surgery, Tylenol, ibuprofen staggered. That's been shown to dramatically reduce the number of opioids people need and improve their outcomes. And so that's just a few examples of it. And we help augment this care by giving each of the patients these prepared for surgery toolkits. I'm passing them around. A couple of critical things in here is those heat and ice packs. Chewing gum has been shown to improve post-op nausea and vomiting. That's very common after surgery. And another really critical part of this is instead of don't eat or drink, the doctors sometimes say, well, I can't trust you. You can't have a chicken sandwich. You can't have food or protein on your stomach. That's a 6 to 8 hour window. But we actually provide them with a drink specifically made to be taken before surgery. So when you show up to the anesthesiologist and you say, hey, can I take this medicine? That's a very different conversation. So we're more likely to get not only patient compliance, but the surgeons to say, yeah, actually, you called our bluff. That is the way you really could optimize yourself going through surgery. And so moving right along to there, when we're looking at what this really translates to, not only are we showing shorter hospital stays, we're showing a reduction in readmissions by 75%. We're showing a reduction in opioid refills by 90%, which is an extremely important metric. If you can get off the opioid refills and you can just use opioids, limited amount of opioids just in those first couple of days, that's really the best way to treat your pain is as an adjunct, as an add-on to these other medications. It's the first thing you stop taking. We also look at what does this mean getting people back to life and back to work sooner. We actually have an independent auditing firm called the Validation Institute looked at our return to work, comparing it to the national average. People are getting back to work. They're back on the job over a month sooner. That's hardly ever looked at. The hospitals aren't really concerned about your return to work, but we are because we know there's a labor shortage, we know there's costs, and we know people want to get back on the job. They don't want to be held up and lethargic. And so again, just as a reminder of those, across the board, things are better. And you wonder, well, how is that possible? Well, we've had this massive fraud perpetrated on us with the opioid manufacturers to get us thinking in every med school, in every nursing school, in every pharmacy school to think that opioids are the good stuff, and that's not the reality. And when you pull that back and you make it easy for the hospitals and easy for the doctors to upgrade their care, a modern version of surgery is really remarkable. It really is. And so I just want to be very transparent on this too. We only charge per case basis. It's about $1,000 per case. We guarantee those people will get back to work, at least so your savings in your recovery at least exceed this figure. And the reality is it's more like an 8-to-1 ROI or 7.71 ROI, just because there's so much waste and potential that can go wrong in surgery that having that additional care is so important. And again, that's where we're reporting that back with our nurse support, both before the operation, the advocacy, the kits that are shown to improve care as well, and post-operatively, a traditional approach to surgery is they say, we'll see you in 2 weeks. I know my family will drive 2.5 hours from Omaha back to Cherokee, and they don't hear from anybody generally, because there's not a funding source to help those hospitals and those providers to do it. That's what our nurses are doing. They're checking in, making sure that they're staggering. Tylenol and ibuprofen, those are totally different drugs. Let's get those going today before your block wears off. That's how you're able to see these really incredible results. And again, you're seeing that, as I mentioned earlier, surgery only happens, thankfully, it's very rare. It's only about 3 to 5% of your population, and we have about then 2/3 engagement. And so this doesn't have to be an extremely expensive program as well. But the value, especially in a time of need, is really critical, and you can be there. In fact, this is kind of how I'll conclude as well. The number 2 highest cost drivers in your healthcare are MSK, musculoskeletal, those are the orthopedic procedures, and cancer care. What is so expensive about those 2? They both require surgery. And so there is a strong economic value to it. There's a strong feel-good story to this, to actually be able to do something and help the providers and help the patients with the exposure to opioids. I'll try to tell the story without getting choked up. I did not include a picture of my son in this, but he just had surgery again on Friday for the 6th time. He's 4 years old. You think you know why you do a startup 5 years ago when you've got an uncle you lost and you feel like you can do, you want to help the world. And then you have a son who's born peak panic of the pandemic 4 years ago, April. And he's doing great, but he was born with a cleft eyebrow. So he's missing a bone up here, and that means he's needed major reconstructive surgery. He's had to have a total craniosynostosis and a frontal orbital advancement. I think those are English words, but apparently they're operations. And so November 14th, he needed to have a major operation that they told us was going to take 7 hours in the hospital. And this is sorry, I'm a Hawkeye. This is the University of Iowa Hospital. We thought we were going to be one of the children waving down at the stadium, at Kinnick Stadium. And so they told us it was going to be a week to begin to get the pain under control after a 7-hour operation that was going to require a transfusion. And that's tough on a 3-year-old. And so he's unlucky in some ways, but he's very lucky in others in that his dad's a professional pain in the tail and not too intimidated in surgery. And so we were able to advocate to get changes like I just mentioned and a few other things called enhanced recovery after surgery. And we got them all. They weren't going to do it, but they were willing to. And that's really the important part. The surgeons are willing to do these improvements. And post-op, day 2, they came in and said, I cannot believe how well he's doing. We're sending him home tomorrow. So he never needed one single dose of opioids, never one time complained about pain except when we were changing the dressing and he tore his hair. He had an incision from here to here, and in a week, he was absolutely the kid that we had always known before, and it truly proved to me how important these ERAS protocols are. And while, yes, we saved the hospital 4 days in length of stay, there's been no complication, no readmissions, things like that. It's when it really hit home to me what this means to family members to get better surgical care. So anyway, I'll conclude with that, but he just had surgery again on Friday. He's doing really well. Again, never needed a single dose of opioids because we got him better care. And as my dad once explained, that it's the closest thing he's ever seen to a miracle in his life. And I started to tell him about ERAS, and I paused and I said, he's right. When you get a 2024 version of surgery, it is seemingly miraculous. You're just not likely to get it on your own, and that's what we're here to try to help.
Thank you very much. We will jump into discussion. Commissioner Boyle.
So I appreciate the presentation. As we talked before at the committee meeting, I'm a physician, and and I use the ERAS protocols.
Yes,
so
wonderful.
my hospital system does that. I think what's important is we all know what contributes to opioid use, and probably why a lot of people became opioid addicted is because of, a simple little knee surgery when they were 16 years old, an ACL, and then they get hooked on opiates. So we back then we weren't as open-minded to that. It's mostly just this is just a standard prescription we give everybody. So a lot of it is physicians, you have to, we've had a lot of change in our mentality over the past 5 to 10 years. Hospital systems have bought into it. Now, when we do a surgery, for example, I might do a C-section or a hysterectomy. When that happens, preoperatively, I will give people nerve medications like gabapentin and then NSAIDs, non-narcotics, to like meloxicam, just to kind of keep it's almost like preventing the pain fibers, the pain reaction to kick in. And so what we find is that we're sending hysterectomies home, C-sections home without any opioids. That's crazy. And we're sending some hysterectomies home same day.
Yep.
Yeah, so when it comes right down to it, a lot of this started, you're right, from the industry, the opiate industry, and actually this is way off topic, but blame the government a little bit. So when the physician satisfaction scores come in, they used to payment from Medicare and Medicaid was based on patient satisfaction scores. Patients would be very unsatisfied if I did not give them their narcotics. So they would dink me and I wouldn't get paid. So a lot of it is that type of payment system, and I'm glad to see now that the question instead of is your pain level 0, it's more of did the doctor ask you a question about your pain?
Right.
Yeah, and that's the appropriate way to do it. We can never get pain down to 0. So it's also the most important thing is setting expectations with patients and
Very
saying
good.
things like your pain's not going to be 0. Expect it to be about a 3 or a 4 though, but we'll get you past it. And then they don't have other side effects of opiates, including things like constipation and the fatigue, which puts them at risk for falls. So that was kind of way off topic, but just to give you my perspective, I think the thing to consider with this is a lot of hospital systems, a lot of doctors are already doing this. I think the difference is this is your focus and that's not our focus. So you seem to have streamlined it, and I think that could be the benefit to something like this. This is your point of the biggest point you want to make is how do we get folks to recover without it. So because we're doing a zillion other things and this is all you do, you're going to do all that homework at the nitty-gritty details. But yes, doctors are very open-minded to doing these types of things. The question I do have is when you mentioned return on investment and the saved days from work, the cost is about $980 per case. Sometimes when we do a surgery, for example, we just say, return at 6 weeks. So there are no saved days necessarily. So can you talk more about the return on investment if Douglas County were to add this on?
No, great question too, and you bring up a lot of wonderful points, and good to see you again too, Commissioner Boyle. And a lot of this too, the providers love it because they don't have the bandwidth or the funding for the nurses as well that are augmenting and reinforcing their instructions as well. And when we're looking at the ROI, what we're actually using is a group called MD Guidelines, which is kind of the industry standard for recovery periods. And they have a 17 million claims database. What they're doing is helping disability and workers' comp companies predict and project what a standard recovery is. So, and for instance, a hysterectomy, making sure that there isn't an outlier, that we don't get an infection, that we don't get pain that protracts that out. So a 6-week, we would maybe take that as a baseline and look at.
We can come back to that.
Sorry. Okay, sounds great.
Thank you.
It's a third-party database is what we're relying on.
Commissioner Cavanaugh?
Thank you. Thanks for this. I just have a quick question on the PowerPoint here where you say Nebraska opioid dispensing rates. I think it's like the second slide. Douglas County is prescribing 60.4 opioid prescriptions / 100 people. Is that 100 people population of Douglas County?
Yes. So if you could.
So wait.
Yeah, go ahead.
That means 60% of the population of Douglas County have opioid prescriptions?
This includes refills as well. So it might be 30% are getting a refill. So yes. The other thing is that people maybe are coming in from out of town and then going home with a prescription back to, that's what my family does.
That's still hundreds of thousands of people.
It's a lot.
Is that an annual number?
Correct. This is CDC database.
Huh.
Yep.
That's a huge number.
Yep. That's why we're here.
Okay.
It's not going away on its own, unfortunately. And it might be fine. What we're concerned about is those higher doses, especially. If you get 5 or 10 or maybe even 20 doses, that might be totally appropriate. What we're still seeing is physicians are 40, 60, 90, 120 just across the river. And then the other problem is they're seeing about a 25% refill rate. That's when things get really go haywire, is that when you come back for more, then there's no end in sight.
Anyway, you cut it. A huge percentage of our population's on opioids right now.
Correct.
Okay. Do you have any information like this from, say, Canada or Germany, or is any other country with huge percentages of their population on opioids as far as we know?
Not like this. A friend of mine is, he's a Turkish surgeon. He said he would have to have gotten the equivalent of a Surgeon General's approval to write opioids when he was in Turkey practicing. What this is the result of $200 million a year from opioid manufacturers to get imbued in our society that opioids are the good stuff and that opioids are treating pain. It's
Right.
the first dose.
Basically, legal.
It's the result.
Legal drug selling.
Correct.
Correct. And how about national rankings? Where does Nebraska, maybe you mentioned this, rank nationally?
I think Nebraska is 16th highest. So what is interesting, when you look at the data from like 2016, Nebraska was one of the best in the state, and then we didn't really budge. And everybody else went lower, down to like 39, and the state of Nebraska didn't really move. So they kind of have been closer to that 45 for the entirety. So we're not seeing the progress that obviously we'd like to see.
So how many states is Goldfinch in?
Well, we're in all, I believe we're probably in 40 states or so, helping self-insured employers. We've also been working with statewide programs, including soon to be one you all know very well. We started what's called the Billion Pill Pledge in Iowa, where we're actually using opioid settlement funds to train hospitals or to help hospitals support ones that are doing it to totally change their opioid prescribing. And we're seeing first dose prescriptions are down 70% and refills are down 93%. So Tennessee, Iowa, and another one that hopefully we'll tell you about very soon.
15 seconds.
Thank you.
All right, we're going to jump to Commissioner Friend, then Boyle. If I'm not back yet, by the time Friend's done, pass it to Boyle, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Dr. Boyle will probably.
Ron, can we get Commissioner Friend's mic on, please?
Can you guys hear me? Dr. Boyle will probably answer this question. It's probably a stupid question. So, John and I might have asked it during the hearing. I wouldn't consider it it's very impressive stuff, but I wouldn't consider it any backlash. But how's the relationship between the doctors right now and what you guys are doing? Because doctors are sort of like politicians. They're control freaks. They manage the care. Yep. You're working through those processes with them. I would imagine it's been a pretty good relationship, alluding to what Dr. Boyle said.
There's almost three categories of providers. There's folks like Dr. Boyle. They're like, I've been doing this. That's great. I get free nurses. I get help. Wonderful. Then you get others that will say, I've been doing this for 30 years and I'm not changing anything for anybody. And there's not a lot you can do except post-operatively. There's still a real value in those nurses, following up. The group is like what my son's story. It's that in the middle where, just as you're describing, they're busy. They've got to operate. They're brilliant anatomists. And when you come in and say, actually, can we help this? Or even why I point out that drink. When you say liberal NPO with clear carbohydrate beverages, nobody knows what that means. So the surgeons say and the anesthesists say, no, we can't trust the patients to be compliant because we can't have food in there. But when you say, hey, I've got a bottle that looks like medicine, can I have that on my way into the hospital? That's a very different conversation that no necessarily hospital is setting up to do that. But when we show up and it's free to the hospital, we get a lot of, yeah, no, that makes sense. Yeah, we can do that, or we can get these medications. So my background is working with surgeons, so we do this to we understand why they aren't already, and make it really easy for them to say yes.
Yeah, so you're rectifying, any sort of conflict is rectified through dialogue and communication between you guys, the patient, and the care provider, the manager.
We're all RNs. We don't give medical advice, but we advocate on your behalf.
Yeah, great. Mm-hmm. Thanks. Yes.
All right. You can flip out there we go. So, yeah, and I agree exactly with what you said. Some of us, we're busy doing our one things, and then somebody says, well, you can do this. Like, oh, really? It's like, okay, that's a new idea. And that's why, like I said, you're the expert on this, and we're doing other things. And so sometimes it's helpful to have people who can educate us on those types of things. It's just a matter of having an open mind and understanding the data and what's really best for the patients. So, but I want to get back to the return on investment question. Sure. And so you mentioned that you have a third-party database that kind of looks at saving something for Douglas County in particular. How could you potentially see this almost $1,000 per patient who's having surgery, who's a Douglas County employee? How could you see this impacting the Douglas County budget? That's the bottom line of my question.
Yeah, so why I bring up even a joint replacement is a perfect example where that is a direct healthcare cost. When you have a multi-day hospital stay, and you are now, I think, at the University of Iowa, the list price is $55,000 for joint replacement. If you can get that patient outpatient or one-day stay, that one midnights, that's roughly cut in half. And furthermore, or that's roughly 25% off. And furthermore, if you can move somebody to an ambulatory center, it's another 16% off that, at least according to a Mayo study. So right there, one procedure, if we're looking at a $40,000 or $50,000 spend, that might be $30,000 if we can get one patient to an outpatient stay. The other thing, but what we're really emphasizing is that it's not just that readmission, not just that complication, but it is even the protracted recovery that we're still paying for. When you're, say, writing a $200 check for someone to be on disability a day, by being able to get that patient back even 4 or 5 days sooner than they would. And the other big component of this is removing those outliers. Now you're getting into the stop loss savings because you're not hitting a $100,000 colorectal procedure that had a perforated bowel because ERAS has been shown to improve that. And so the ROIs are really from direct healthcare costs, it is from reduction of readmissions complications, and it is from the length of stay or the time away from work. So on a $40,000 spend, if you want to do an 8-to-1 ROI, you'd see about a $250,000 to $300,000 savings in disability. And the healthcare costs as well, direct healthcare costs should show improvement as well. One quick thing, sorry to take your time.
Yeah.
We're doing research. We've actually working to publish this with the Rothman Institute, that we looked at when the 90 days for recovery period is a third of the cost of that recovery. And when an opioid, it costs between, depending on the procedure, between $5,000 and $12,000 to recover. And when you have an opioid refill, when we look at that cohort, which is a quarter of the people, they cost at best double for recovery, and the highest was ventral hernia. It's 5 times more expensive to recover. So even those healthcare costs are shown a dramatic improvement. And again, you could say, is that causative or correlative that these opioids are causing the problems, or they're trying to treat the problems of pain, et cetera? And the reality is that they're both. Being immunosuppressive and poorly treated pain leads to all these problems. So there's strong ROI there by avoiding that refill as well.
Okay, and then can you give the name of the third-party database or the
MD Guidelines. Yep.
MD
Presley Reed is what it was formerly known as. Now it's MD Guidelines.
All right, I'm just curious about
Yep.
it.
No, it's a
Okay.
good question.
Yeah, no, that, like I said, I think at the end of the day in the county, we're mostly concerned about the bottom line.
Yep.
And so if we can look at something that's cost savings for that type of thing, I think that's really our goal.
Yeah.
So I
Perfect.
think it's important to see how what this cost is going to save.
You bet. It's kind of, I always use the analogy, the most expensive car is not the Mercedes, it's the one that's always in the shop. And Ballad Healthcare is the most expensive,
Yeah.
Obviously. So
Yep, all right, thank you.
thank you for your questions.
Any other comments on this presentation? If not, we'll move on. Thank you
Thanks
so
for your
much
time.
for being here. Thank you. Presentation C is OPPD updates from our friends at OPPD. Yes.
Excuse me, I had a comment.
Oh, sorry, Luis.
For the opioid presentation.
Go for it.
Thank you. Yeah. Thought I had my hand raised. Luis Jimenez, 2709 Dewey Avenue. Seems to me like this is an opportunity to have a confab for Douglas County on the opioid crisis. Kind of relating to the previous presentation. But anyway, one thing I did not hear Goldfinch talk about is the demographics of the addicts of opioid abusers. I believe they're mostly white, or the majority white, and frankly, I think that's racist. And I'll relate an experience that I had when I broke my collarbone in 2018. I had to broke my collarbone because I was assaulted, and I had my arm in a sling for a couple weeks, and I met somebody who had the same injury, and this gentleman had a prescription for 30 days of opioids, and I only had 1 week of opioid prescription. So as soon as my prescription was out, I was not going to get another one. But this gentleman had a month of, and he's a white man, and I'm a Latino. So I think that that's something that is part of the opioid crisis, or the white population was preyed upon, and I'm glad that the systems are changing. There was a few years back, there was 60 Minutes had a report which scared Rich Pauls to his bones because of how much abuse through prescriptions, legal prescriptions, was happening. It was happening. I think that when we change the systems, that's one component of progress. We also, I think, the state of Nebraska needs to help the doctors by legalizing medical marijuana. That's another way to alleviate pain through the consumption or use of marijuana. I've done it. I did it for my shoulder injury, which up to today I have adhesion. I'm still struggling with adhesion on my shoulder, and that is it's not painful. It's very uncomfortable. It gives me anxiety, and opioids. I guess it's being prescribed, and the gentleman described it. There's this perception in your body that the pain is gone. Um, so I'm glad that at least we have a commissioner that understands, brought it forward to the county. I just wanted to relate that comment because I was listening and I didn't hear. I understand we're trying to help a population, but like, who is this population? I think it's majority white, and that's important. Thank you.
Thank you, Luis. Commissioner Borgerson?
I just wanted to thank you for being here today, and that what will happen is, if there's any questions, please reach out to Mr. Greenwood. But we'll have a contract, and Patrick, Mr. Bloomingdale, our CAO, can work with you in getting a contract and then reviewed by the county attorney's office and then back on the agenda for a potential approval. So timing-wise, we're probably at the end of this month, beginning of next, that we do that. But that would be our next steps after these presentations.
Thank you, Commissioner, and thank you to everyone for your time. I appreciate your efforts.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, now we'll jump back to OPPD.
Thank you. All right. Well, good morning, Commissioners. I'm Michaela Valentine, Government and Community Relations Manager for the Omaha Public Power District, located at 444 South 16th Street Mall, Omaha, Nebraska. Just have one slide for you today. Our visit today is twofold. We're going to talk about our near-term generation update, and also I want to introduce you to my new colleague, Chris. So you all have been helpful in this process along the way, but in case the public doesn't know, OPPD has to double our system in the next 10 years. So we are at a very critical point in our journey. And what is driving the need is growth demand across all customer classes, commercial and industrial and residential, as you have seen and know about the Omaha metro area is growing considerably, and we serve 13 counties in our OPPD service territory. So we're experiencing growth in all of the counties directly adjacent to Douglas County as well. And also from the Southwest Power Pool, we are incurring regulatory margin demands in both our summer peak and our winter peak. So what that means in lay terms is on the hottest day in the summer when everyone's running their air conditions, we have to have a 15% reserve margin above that peak. And in the winter, we have to have somewhere, we're anticipating between an 18 and 30% margin above that peak for when everyone is running their heat on the coldest day in the winter. So the Southwest Power Pool keeps increasing margins, and we have to be ready for that. Fun fact, Nebraska is the #1 most reliable power state in the nation, and by no coincidence is that attributed to public power being the only public power state in the nation. So we're very proud of that. We take it very seriously. But we have a long journey over the next 10 years. We have to have a diverse energy portfolio to serve all of the needs and to, excuse me, to be ready at any time for when we have ice jams on the river and we can't run our coal plants. We have to turn to a different asset to help us. In that case, in January of 2024, we turned to wind. If the wind had not been blowing on those days, it was very cold and we experienced ice jams on our river, we would have been in a pickle. But that's just proof positive that we need all types of assets, renewable and our coal and natural gas. So what we're looking at in the next 10 years is making sure that we have, we're bringing on solar. We're going to bring on some more wind. We will look at battery storage. And as you know, we also have Standing Bear Lake Station, which is our natural gas station on 120th and Military that will come online this year. We will have our Turtle Creek Station, which is combustion turbines in Sarpy County on 168th and Fairview that will come online this year. And we have Platteview Solar out in Utan, which is 81 megawatts of solar, utility scale solar, which is now the largest solar field in Nebraska. And that just recently came online. So before we even complete Turtle Creek Station, we already know we have to put another natural gas turbine there. So we have already ordered that asset. It'll be ready in 2028 for installation. We also have to put 3 more natural gas turbines at our Cass County station that already has a couple. And we'll continue to look at battery storage and other technologies such as small modular nuclear reactors and hydrogen as those become available and financially feasible for the public power model. So we wanted you to know that we are considering a diverse energy portfolio. Our board is very seriously still committed to the net zero policy that we put in place. And we have to continue to balance reliability and affordability and environmental sensitivity. But we don't ever want to do one at the cost of the other. So wanted to let you know that that's the journey we're on for the next 10 years. We will come back to you with more information in the years to come and just bring you along on that journey and tell you how things are going. But we do appreciate your partnership. And I'll pause to see if you have any questions for me, and then we can introduce Chris.
Great, thank you. Commissioner Boyle?
You were talking about just different types of projects kind of on the forefront. I know back when I was a new commissioner, we talked about solar on the Pheasant Hill previous landfill.
That's right.
And even methane. Can you just talk about the status of that?
Yeah, so the Solus landfill project, we got a $3.4 million grant from the Nebraska Environmental Trust, and I know Kent is here. We work closely on weekly calls with Douglas County. We have just recently completed a feasibility study, and we have found that it is technically feasible to do solar on the landfill. And so right now we are in contract negotiations, looking at everything. So we're feeling very good about where it's going, and we're excited about the close partnership with Douglas County. So we hope to have something to announce here to you all soon.
Good. All right, that's fantastic.
Yeah, thank you for being the impetus for that.
Yeah, thanks.
Commissioner Morgan?
Thank you very much for this information. So if you can say, to double the size in the next 10 years, what kind of a cost might that be?
$2 billion, around $2 billion.
How much?
$2 billion.
$2 billion.
Yeah, because we'll have to build the system out to 2.5 gigawatts. And right now, I mean, the energy demands are coming from everywhere. We still have business development going on. And so back about 10 years ago, we would entertain about a 4 megawatt business development opportunity per year. And now it's 100 megawatts per year. So just to put that in perspective for you, 100 megawatts is equivalent to 65 metro area high schools per year. That's the type of energy that we're being asked to bring on.
Does any of the money come from the federal government? I'm just curious.
Yeah, that I don't know about. I'll look into that and see if it does, and I'll get back to you on that.
I know other cities are facing a similar issue and have announced, and I won't name some of the states, but I know they're already raising rates to start to take care of it, 8% in some of the states.
And we will have to raise rates over the next 10 years. I mean, we'll see them probably go up 2.5 to 3% across all customer class annually for their, at least the next 5 years, at least through 2030.
Well, thank you again.
Yeah, thank you. I'll get back to you on that federal question. Thanks. Anyone
Commissioner
else?
Kavanaugh?
Thanks for this, Michaela. Relative to the solar array on the landfill, you say your technical study came back that it is feasible. We recently had a hearing on this in my committee, and it kind of came up that there's some difficulty with solar arrays on landfills because they tend to settle.
That's correct.
And is that a concern, or has that been resolved?
I think it's still a concern. We have engineers on both the Douglas County side and also the OPPD side taking a look at that and trying to better understand the importance of widespread settlement versus acute settlement. So I don't know that issue has been fully resolved, but we know that was one of the major points of the feasibility study that was raised.
So the initiative is going forward to do that?
It is, yes.
What would be kind of the, I guess, installation date or completion date if something like this were to occur?
I'm going to defer to Kent because I don't know if we have a firm installation date. He's saying no, we don't. So I think we're still going to look at it. It would be probably in the next couple of years because we do have a grant deadline that we have to meet. So let me get that grant deadline from our grant coordinator, and I'll get it back to you.
And the grant that you mentioned from the state, it was like a $2.3 million?
3.4.
3.4. That's for the study and the initial plans, right?
Yes.
The actual installation would be additional costs?
Right.
Do we have any estimate on those?
I don't think we do at this time.
As far as the capacity for this installation, do we have any estimate for that?
The energy capacity?
Yeah, what would it generate?
I think we were talking somewhere between probably under 10 megawatts, so somewhere maybe 7 to 9 megawatts.
Yeah. And how would that compare to what we already have online in OPPD?
As far as like how it would feed into our system, I mean, it's considered a small amount, but still the dual use of land, I think, is the important piece. Most landfills are right around 5 to 7. So I mean, we think it's significant because it's a diversified energy source, and that's the important piece through the next 10 years, more so than the actual megawattage that it's bringing onto the system. But it's a win for Douglas County in that we're not taking up other land. It would be on the landfill, and then you don't have view shed problems from your residents who may not want to look at something that would be sitting in a field.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, if it's feasible, this is a great use of existing land at a limited cost to increase our renewable capacity. So kudos for pursuing this. I think this is a great idea. And could you keep us posted on that? I mean, this is really important to us.
Yeah, definitely we will. And I think we'll probably be doing a joint presentation with Kent's team in the future. So we're excited to be back before you in the near future.
Excellent. Thank you.
Any other questions?
Commissioner Friend?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Michaela, hasn't really been brought up. I wanted you to understand, and I alluded to this earlier when I saw you. wanted you, and more importantly, the technicians and the people that you have on the ground during and after April 26th. The emergency management and process was quite efficient and pretty effective from everything that I'm gathering. And not only is that a technical job, it's a difficult job, but it's also very dangerous. And what they did was all the indicators that come back to me, what they did hasn't happened for a long time, not like that. And just let them know.
Thank
I
you.
thought it was great.
We did previously share the kudos that you gave our linemen and our technicians out in the field. We've compiled all of that, thanks, so that they could see it. So we appreciate that feedback.
Thanks, Michaela.
Thank you. And now can I introduce you to Chris?
Yes.
All right. We have a new addition to our local government affairs team. As I was saying, as we continue to build out our assets at the local level over the next 10 years, we need more manpower. So we hired Chris. So I'd like you to meet Chris Meeks.
Yes, good morning, Commissioners. Again, my name is Chris Meeks. I'm a government and community relations strategist with OPPD. So I am getting close to completing my 3rd month working for the company, so I'm still brand new and drinking from a fire hose. I am pleased that Solus is one of the first meetings that I ever sat in on when I joined OPPD, so it's a great project. I come to OPPD with a lot of local government experience. I was in the planning and zoning world for many years, both as a city planner and a county planner. So very familiar with working with the Board of Commissioners, mostly in Iowa and a little bit in Minnesota as well. So thrilled to be here. Very pleased to work with all of you in the future. And yeah, I'd say, again, any questions? Michaela, I think, probably covered everything, and glad to be working on these projects with OPPD.
Awesome. Welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Anything else? Is Colb's there? Colb, can we do a quick stop share so I can scan Zoom real quick? We'll take any final comments on this presentation. If none, we'll move on. Luis, is that a new hand? Might be an old hand.
He didn't take it. Sorry.
Okay, cool, thank you. If nothing else, then we'll move on to agenda items 6, committee discussion action. First up is finance. We have budget report as presented under item 1, and then we have item 2, a presentation by Douglas County Attorney on the department's 24-25 budget. We appreciate your patience, and it's your turn.
Good morning. My name's Don Klein. I'm the Douglas County Attorney, and I'm here to do a budget presentation. And I don't have a PowerPoint today. I didn't have the opportunity or time to even put one together. But I'm here on a budget for the County Attorney's Office. If you look under the statute, 23-1201 is the duties of the County Attorney. It talks about all the things that the County Attorney's prescribed by statute to take care of all the criminal matters, all the civil matters, that involve the Douglas County or the state of Nebraska. And we're tasked to do that, besides many other things that we do also. And I hope that you realize that I think we're very careful stewards of the taxpayer money. I think as Ms. Pirsch would realize, I think we're giving back quite a bit of money this year from our budget, like I have pretty much every year. I think I've had to come in one time and ask for a small supplemental budget. Usually I'm giving money back, and this year it's a substantial amount of funds. So we're very careful about the money we spend. A lot of that comes from our move, where we had furniture, money that we got, and we didn't spend it all because we used a lot of our old furniture, all those other kinds of things. But we are very careful about the way we spend money. But I'm asking for quite a bit of money, and I understand that's a lot of money to ask for over the targeted number for the budget. And I just kind of go over that. We have $115,000. We have a new computer program called Axon that both the County Attorney's Office and the Public Defender are asked to use. And what Axon does is it gives us the capability. We have so much digital evidence now, videos, cruiser camera videos, body cam videos. And before Axon, we would get the videos from the police department or sheriff's office or whoever law enforcement agency it was, and we would have to copy those on a Blu-ray disc. So it would be the time in our office for somebody to copy all those videos, and there's a lot on every case, and then give those in discovery to the public defender's office, and they'd have a Blu-ray disc to look at on all these cases. Now we've kind of got a seamless way to do that where the police department, law enforcement uses Axon also. They download all their video onto Axon. We have access to Axon. The public defender's office has access to Axon, so we're not putting all these things on a disc or a Blu-ray disc, and it makes our discovery process much easier, much simpler, and it makes sure that the public defendant is getting, or whoever the defense attorney is getting all the information we have. We're an open book discovery prosecutor's office. Everything that we have, we give to the other side. And so it's very important to us that we have an open book discovery, and that helps us with that. As you know, inflation's probably run about 20%. Every single cost that we have is going up. The cost for DNA testing, which is almost in every case, has gone up. I think our costs are going to go up 10% in that regard. DOTComm licenses are increasing by $12,000. Chargebacks for IT hardware, $5,000. Our witness fees have increased to $7,700. All those, and there's multiple things that we pay for that I'm tasked to pay for out of my budget. If we have if there's a felony warrant here for someone who committed a crime in Douglas County and they get picked up in California or Hawaii or Belize, that got transferred back to Houston, like a recent murder case that I just tried, I have to pay for the officers to go pick that person up when they waive extradition and pay for all the parties to fly back. So that comes out of my budget too. So anytime that happens, that's part of our budget process. But the increases the increase I'm asking for has to do a lot with just the workload that our people have. You are probably, and the county board, most familiar with Teresa Yerrick, who's our supervisor in the civil division. I have Nicole here, who's a supervisor in our juvenile division. But I'll start with civil. I'm asking for a couple new positions in the civil arena, and it's because it's very difficult right now for us to find people to fill those positions. Our people are, I think, quite frankly, overworked. They do a great job for the county. You don't hear complaints about our civil division or our civil people that work here. But what's happening is all our good civil people are constantly being asked to leave the county attorney's office and go work in private practice. A lot of the law firms are coming to our place and saying, hey, we want you to move. We have some retention ability because we have a student loan payback of 10 years in the county attorney's office. So we usually can keep on those people for 10 years because they're getting their student loans paid off. But after that time, when they're extremely valuable because they've got a lot of experience, we're getting people poached. And so we replace people with younger lawyers. They're less expensive, quite honestly, but they have less experience and they require a lot of training. But I don't just hire a body to have a body. I try and get really good people to work in our office. And if you look at the civil division, you're aware of what they do. I mean, we do all the federal litigation what the county is involved in. We do all the state litigation, obviously. We give legal advice to all the different county office holders, county elected officials or non-electeds. Say Mike Myers has a question, we meet constantly with them on correction issues. Personnel board, the county board, as you see, all the committees, whether it's the pension committee, the hospital committee, health committee, all the contracts that occur in Douglas County are reviewed by our office and approved so that whatever department it is can use that as legal advice. Employment issues, jail issues, there's just a myriad of things that we do. And I guess my pitch is, if those things, if we got to the point where we said, you know, we can't do these anymore, you're going to have to hire private counsel for some of these things. If our civil division didn't do the work we did, it would cost the county millions and millions of dollars in legal fees. And so I just want you to appreciate the job that they do and that they need some help. And that's part of the couple of positions that I'm asking for. And I've been here 18 years as the elected. Before that, I was a chief deputy. And I believe that you don't hear a lot of bad things about the office and the team that we have there and the work that we do. Another problem that we have, it's a good problem, I think I talked to you about this before, is 13 people from my office have become judges. And I'm very proud of them. But, you know, those are probably some of the most experienced people that I've lost over the years, and because they've been, in effect, promoted as a judge. So if you look at our juvenile lawyers, which I'm asking for another lawyer there, the average lawyer in our juvenile court system has a caseload of 193 cases for one lawyer. It's too much. I mean, if you ever go to juvenile court and you see the judges there, they're doing hearings every 15 minutes. Because one of the things about the juvenile court system is those cases don't go away. There's not like a resolution. It's not like the criminal cases that somebody goes to court, they get sentenced, and they're gone. In juvenile court, they're put on probation possibly. There's review hearings all the time on every single one of the cases that you have until that child usually ages out at 19 years of age. So it's extremely, extremely busy place. And in that regard, I met with the superintendents a while back. One of the things we noticed that we are now taking educational neglects, which before we referred to the CPS hotline. We have 447 educational neglects now. Educational neglects are grade school, junior high, maybe people, where we file an educational neglect on the parents, because that's usually the reason the kids aren't getting to school, and there's a problem there. It's not a criminal thing. It's just like, what can we do to help this family out or figure out what the problem is to get them the services they need. We were sending those to the hotline, and we found out that the hotline wasn't doing anything because it wasn't an emergency situation. So they just did nothing. So those 447 cases right now are being handled by our administrator, the head of our juvenile division. Nicole's staying there late, working these 447 educational neglect cases. We need somebody else to help us properly handle those cases. Criminal division, I've told you about the video, and Tom, sure, Riley will be here too, about the multiplicity of work, additional work that we have. If you have a criminal case now, and there's 20 officers involved, and they all had body cams, or they all had cruiser cams, then there's a lot of time involved just for you to prepare on that case, to look at all that information and all those videos, because we want to make sure we do our job correctly. And they might make a report, but they still have the video that you need to watch, because that video is going to be evidence that we're going to use in the courtroom from either side of the perspective. And it's very helpful, actually, to have that video. We have been, and I'm very proud of the fact that we started all these problem-solving courts, whether it's drug court, veterans treatment court, young adult court, mental health diversion, our diversion program. And in fact, if you kind of watch the news, the rest of the state's saying, hey, Douglas County's done a pretty good job with this. We're keeping about 350 people out of the system with our problem-solving courts. And so the state is directing us to help with other courts, asking our people to be on committees around the state to help them start up problem-solving courts. And so that's a big deal, and they're expanding, and we're going to need more help in that regard from our criminal lawyers, our criminal lawyers. And I hope that some of you have gotten to a drug court graduation, because it's a great thing. They take place right here. And you see people who, what we want to do is help people with addiction problems. We don't want to send them to prison. And so we stay with them. Sometimes they struggle, sometimes they fall, sometimes they don't make it for a while, but we stay with them and they finally graduate and they give great stories about what they've done. And I've had people come up to me in the courthouse and say, thanks, Mr. Klein, for letting me into drug court. I've got an addiction problem and I'm dealing with it. I know how to deal with it. I know I still have this problem every day. So that's a vitally important area of the criminal division. And then we have what are called post-conviction actions. So even after we get a conviction and there's been an appeal process and that stuff, so you think the case is done, it's not done. Because on all the pretty serious cases, there's what's called a post-conviction action that's filed. And it's usually based on a Sixth Amendment issue that, hey, I got convicted, and I got convicted because my lawyer did a terrible job. And so then we have to litigate all those issues that are post-conviction actions. There's DNA Conviction Act, Post-Conviction Act, there's the Post-Conviction Act generally regarding constitutional issues, and those are somewhat never-ending. A lot of depositions being taken of the previous lawyer, of people in the penitentiary, whatever that might be, a lot of work involved, and those need to be adequately handled, and right now we're having a difficulty getting that done. And I've already talked to you about a little bit of a loss of experience. The other thing, I asked one of our lawyers yesterday, tell me how many cases we have pending with, we have 3 people that somewhat specialize in sexual assault cases, child abuse cases, and I think we have 150 of those right now. And those are terribly emotional cases. They're very difficult cases, and they're very time-consuming cases, and they're very wearing on the people that handle them, whether it's a police officer or whether it's the victim themselves or our lawyers who are involved with that process. And I would get concerned about our people when they have that many those kinds of cases. And that's, along with the homicide cases. This weekend we were very busy. I was very busy. We had 4 juveniles involved in a shooting at the Cinco de Mayo at 24th and L Street. We had, in Benson, we had stabbing, an 18-year-old female stabbed and killed a 17-year-old girl in the heart. So those are, you never know. So every day you get what you get, and we're on call 24/7, 365 days a year, and we assist the law enforcement and we make decisions about whether there's enough evidence to file the case or what more needs to be done. We also work all the cold cases. So it's very busy. So I know this is a big ask, and I realize that. But believe me, we're not being extravagant. We're not trying to blow money, spend a bunch of money on stuff that we don't need. It's just people, really. It's our greatest resource is the people that we have there and the attorneys that we have. And you see that, particularly, like I said, you have the most, our civil division probably has the most exposure to all of you, and you see how they work. Well, every division is that way. And I would hope, like I said, you don't hear any bad things about our office or the people that are involved or the cases that were involved that are being mishandled in any way. So I'd like to think we've been good stewards and we're good representatives of you who are the county board that funds this. So that's why I'm here, to ask you for that money, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. We'll jump to Commissioner Boyle.
And thank you for this presentation. I think one thing I want to ask about specifically has to do with the 447 cases of education neglect. Is that what you called it?
Yes.
Education neglect. I think I hear what you're saying. I find frustration, however, in the fact that it seems like the county will take on things that the state is doing poorly. And so you mentioned DHHS not really doing what they should be doing, and I feel like we see that also on the DCYC, our juvenile justice center. So I'm trying to think of ways like, how do we stop getting, it's almost feeling like an unfunded mandate is what you're talking about. And is there a way, like, where's OPS in this, So, and I'm sure you've done a lot of that, but if you could just shed some insight on that.
Just to let you know, I met with all the superintendents of all the districts a couple of weeks ago on a Friday morning, and we talked about this issue and all the, it's very obvious to all of us that if a young person's not in school, then they're going to get in trouble.
Right.
And to me, my personal opinion is the earlier that we can deal with young people and get them excited about education, I'm talking preschool. So if they want to go to school, so they're excited about going to school, so they have hope that they're going to learn and they want to learn. Because I'm worried that once we get to like even 6th or 7th grade, if this person's not reading, doesn't have the capability to read very well or do math, we're going to lose that young person. And they're putting in an alternative school, and I don't think that's a good thing. So we talked to the superintendents, and then what you're asking about directly, I think these 447, there's statutes now that talk about, we've tried many things over the years here, and Commissioner Borgeson is well aware of them with regard to truancy. When I first started, we had people come in, and we had the school send out a letter right away, and sometimes the school didn't vet what the process was, and sometimes it was a health issue with the child, and so people were upset, understandably. So the statute has changed to some extent that puts the onus more on the schools. But after 20 days of missing school and the showing that all the school has exhausted all resources they have, am I saying that correctly, Nicole? Yes. Then we're going to get the case. So the schools are taking more responsibility about what they can do, but at some point they need that all of a sudden, okay, we're asking you to file a truancy, which is again just getting the court involved. Nobody's going to jail on a truancy. Nobody's at the DCYC based on a truancy. It's just what can we do to help this family, whatever service they might need to get this kid in school. The educational neglects come into play when it's a grade school kid, because it's the responsibility is the parents, we feel, and that's where the educational neglects come in.
Is there still, I mean, it sounds like this is a DHHS responsibility ultimately. Is there a way to get them to help take responsibility for some of this if you say they're not really, they're not able to accomplish what they're supposed to?
Well, I mean, I guess I don't look at, I wish they would, but if they're not going to, I'm not going to not do something about it to try and help. Nicole, is it okay if Nicole comes up here?
Of course.
Explains.
Basically, what happened is that we receive approximately 1,000 school attendance referrals per school year from all of the districts in Douglas County. And about half are high school and half are grade school. And when we would receive the grade school, we would refer them to the Child Protective Services hotline, and we would not proceed any further. And it came to my attention from some referrals on juveniles that we had already just seen referrals on, that I thought we just sent it there, that the cases were not accepted at the hotline because of the fact that their tool that is adopted by the state is for safety. And educational neglects are not a safety issue. And so even if it were accepted, which was rare, the initial assessment worker that was assigned the case would then get it screened out because there were no immediate safety issues. Further, OPS was calling the hotline and over the phone would go through 7 or 8 juveniles, just reporting that they've missed this many days, which is not enough information for the tool that CPS uses to accept it. So when this came to my attention about 12 months ago, and please tell me if I'm being too technical, I started a new process to see if it would work. And this is now the 3rd semester that we've completed, and I believe it has been very successful. But again, as Don said, I've had to do it on evenings and weekends because of my current responsibilities. So what I've done is when I receive that referral, it's in written referral and the statute is clear. And the statute also says in order to file a truancy in juvenile court that community resources have to be exhausted. So after the school does their piece, there has to be more. For the high school students, we refer them to the Juvenile Assessment Center, which is a remarkable opportunity that they received there. But for the grade school students, that wasn't there because they were being screened out at the hotline. So I take the actual written referral and I personally send it on behalf of the county attorney's office to the hotline. And because it's coming from the county attorney's office and they have a referral, not just a phone call, but pages of information, they accepted them. This year, they even accepted 7th and 8th graders because I believed that there's probably an issue that we should look at first with the parent before we would look at the student as far as 7th and 8th graders. So this year, they even agreed, since it was coming from our office, that the hotline would accept 7th and 8th grade school attendance referrals. There's no other jurisdiction, to my knowledge, in the state that they are doing this for, besides Douglas County.
That's not until you
Yes.
hadn't
Yes.
done your part.
So you filled the gap. That's what it
Yes.
sounds like. Okay.
So they accept them, then they get assigned to an initial assessment team of a case manager and supervisor. I follow up with a hotline to see who's been assigned from CPS. And then I send that same attachment from the school to the assigned CPS team and the author of the school attendance referral, which is the majority of the time Omaha Public Schools. It's the only way we can communicate. So we have one email string for every one of the 447 first through eighth grade students that we are trying to collaborate with the school, CPS, and myself to work the case non-court so that it doesn't have to be filed. Of the 447, we've only had to file 67. And the resources that have been given and used for the family, we can, in all seriousness, say have been exhausted. And the judges now know when they see one of those 67 that there was nothing left to do. So I believe that these 447 have received services and intervention and help from Child Protective Services, from everything from a new pair of shoes to very significant issues. They indicate transportation and poverty continue to be a major issue. But
That's time, sorry.
Yeah, thank you very, very much.
okay.
All right. Other comments? Otherwise, I'll take a quick round. And thank you for being here.
Yeah, if I can mention,
Yeah.
that's just one sliver of the office, and that just tells you the kind of dedication and people that we have that are working there to try and, I tell our lawyers when I hire them or they're going to come and work for me is that every day when you come to work, you really do have an opportunity to make Douglas County a better place to live from all aspects, from the person who's the victim, from the person who commits the crime or whatever happens, to the juvenile who gets in trouble, to representing the county and civil proceedings. And I think our people really believe in that, and it shows. So I appreciate anything.
Definitely. Just two quick comments on my end. And I don't know if Lori or our finance team has something like this already, but I would appreciate just a high level, like one pager, just to cover like some of the things you mentioned that coincide with the budget amount requests. Because once you kind of get the narrative behind it, it makes sense as far as like an extra juvenile, staff member working on those legal cases, et cetera. So, and I'll ask that of everybody who's going to come in, sheriff's office, everybody else. It just would be helpful, something high level. I don't need every micro detail, but quick one pager would be great. And then the second item, kind of relating to what's going on at the legislature with the proposal to cap us at the county and whatnot. This total request combined with the initial, because it says above the 3%, right? So
About the percent and a half, I think it is.
Combined together, how much of a percent over is this, either Lori or Don?
It is 5.5% is the increase for their request over their prior year budget.
Okay, got it. Thank you. And
so that would be 2.5% more than the 3%.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, got it. Is it related to that, PJ? No.
I'm sorry, what was that? What
No,
was the second part of the question?
That's good. That's what I needed. My point is, the justification makes sense. The need is there. We at the local level understand the need for additional staffing, the workload, the caseload. I'm hoping that all of us together can continue to advocate to our state senators, legislature, and the governor's office the need for that kind of budgetary request. That comes in sometimes at 5.5, which is above a 3% cap, right? Because of the growth of the county, because of the caseload, right? And it's really going to take a group effort to try to help people to understand why it is not infrequent to need such a budgetary request that comes in at the level of 5.5 or so, right? So just a quick comment on that because that journey continues.
And I agree, and I try and lobby already with senators in the legislature and the governor's office about issues with regard to that kind of a cap that would be placed on you in effect in making a budget for us.
Yep, thank you. I saw a light, oh, Commissioner Morgan?
Make sure I get this right. Lori, we had a 3% target, and so this increases it about another 2.5%, is that, because I thought it was close to that. Okay. And we are gonna be meeting and talking about some of the things we see with Mike and so on. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Commissioner Borgerson?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Mike, I would kind of want to follow up a little bit where Commissioner Boyle started on like these, and maybe we can have this offline conversation about the 447 cases of what we're kind of injecting ourselves into doing because nobody else is doing it, which I understand that line of thinking. But again, it's us injecting because nobody else is doing it when they should be doing it. But then there's also the statute that says if of these 447 cases, are all of them the 20 or more days missed school?
Yes.
So
Yes.
then that's where
Yes.
the statute kicks in, that the county attorney has to get involved,
Right,
correct?
right.
Okay, okay. But then you also talked about the state is asking you to help others across the state start up their specialty courts.
Yes.
Are they paying you for that?
No.
Okay, so maybe we should ask them to start paying for that. And then
Those were just me.
the technology, the 115,000, is this for the new system, or we have the system, but this is for what?
I think we paid for it, and we have like an ongoing, at least another year to pay that kind of amount of money
So.
for the contract.
Well, I'm going to get on my soapbox just a little bit about technology, because from way back when, we always said, once we start doing technology, this is going to reduce our human resources. And we have not seen that at all in any, not you, just you, but anywhere. Because it seems the more technology, then we still need more people. And so I'm trying to figure out where the savings is of implementing. I understand the reason to do it because of the communication between yours, the law enforcement and public defenders. That makes complete sense. But again, it's an additional cost to us. And then Commissioner Chairman Garcia started talking about what the state is imposing on us. And so I'm going to ask everybody who comes up here that's above what we've asked if you support us raising taxes in order to fund your request.
Well, I think if you have to, you have to. I'd rather see, I have an opinion about the services that we provide and the public defender provides. I think they're vital to the people that live in Douglas County. And I don't want us to be a county where we have to triage and say, well, the crime that happened to you doesn't make our threshold of this much money being involved or this much damage being involved, so we're not going to consider filing that. I don't want to ever see us be that way. To me, when somebody gets their car broken into or car stolen, and maybe it's not worth a lot of money, but it's that person's ability to get back and forth to work, that's as important as a $100,000 case. And so that's what worries me a little bit. And I understand about the tax part of it, and I'm concerned about taxes also. But I think the best bang that taxpayers get for their buck is county government, honestly. I think if you go up levels of government, and this is my own personal opinion, you go to the state level, more ineptitude. You go up to the federal level, it really expands as far as the wastefulness. But I think at the county level, the taxpayers get a good bang for their dollar.
Next time. Thank you. Anything else? All right. Any other comments on this presentation by the County Attorney's Office?
Thank you.
If not, Thank you very much. All right, next item of business is Administrative Services Committee. We have 3 resolutions related to the Community Mental Health Center, the recent approval of the new building at 42nd and Woolworth. So all 3 of them are related to that recent approval. I know that the third resolution, number 3, the actual choosing of committee members, there's been a request to hold that over because there was an oversight in some of the details on that need to be corrected. But the first 2 are still relevant and valid, so we're going to look at the first one here. The first one is the resolution approving contract with Carlson West Provandra Architects for design services and contract administration for the project to relocate Douglas County Mental Health Center to the site located at 1101 South 42nd Street. I don't know who is going to open up this one, but yes, motion. Motion by Borgeson. Second by Boyle. And Patrick, do you know who was going to open up this discussion, or anybody?
Patrick Bloomingdale, County Administrator. Al Pavandra, the architect, is here, and Jeff McGill, our Public Properties Director, is here to answer any questions. This is simply to select, as we did for the previous project, Al, because he has expertise in this area, and he's been working on so many other projects with us.
Perfect, thank you. We'll jump to Commissioner Morgan.
I might ask Jeff a question or 2, and you may want Al to answer. I'm seeing I know that we have about a 7.5% rate on the cost, is what is provided in this one resolution.
That's correct.
You correct me if I state something.
7.55%. Jeff McGill, Douglas County Public Properties.
Yeah, 7.55.
Correct.
Of the actual cost. Now, I assume that's including the engineers and others that would be involved in this project.
Yes, it's architectural engineering services.
And I did some checking over the last few weeks on some projects, not hospital projects, because this isn't really a hospital with operating rooms or any of that sort of thing. But I'm finding rates lower than that on some buildings that are fairly complicated. I don't know. I mean, elevators and other 3 or 4 different uses in it and more square footage, of course, but still not the cost per square foot, because we're at about $800 a square foot.
We're about $700 a square foot. The project is about 28,000 square feet today. I feel, the percent fees depends if you're doing new construction or renovation. There's different steps in those. This is a highly detailed project that Carlson West is heavily involved in the components.
And I have walked through our present space at least probably a half a dozen times in recent weeks with Sherry, and she, the only thing I see is that, we're going to do a much better job in providing the rooms with restrooms, I think, in each room in the new one and some things like that. But I don't see the complications. I know we have to have the security, some of those things with the doors and windows and so on. That I just wondered if there's any thoughts of capping it or looking at that number again, maybe just to be sure of the percentage, because
we can look at that again.
Over $1.5 million of cost on the
construction
plans and
costs.
engineering.
Yeah, that's correct. We can look at that.
Okay.
Commissioner Kavanaugh.
So what's the total construction cost?
It's $23 million.
$23 million, and the construction cost is $19 million.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
The cost is $23 million, And the actual construction costs that we're budgeting is $19,650,000.
Okay, so it would be 7.5, actually 7.55% of what number?
19,650.
Okay, so what's that number?
About 1.5 million.
1.5 million?
Yes.
Okay. That number I don't think appears in any of these documents. Is that, as Commissioner Morgan indicated, a cap or a floor? Are they being paid 1.5 million outright, or is that the maximum they will be paid?
It depends on the construction cost. They're going to get paid.
I thought you said the construction costs are 19 million.
It is.
Okay.
But if it's
the
lower,
construction cost you're saying could be more than 19
could be,
million?
well,
Could they be less than
yes,
19 million?
they could be.
Really?
Yes.
Well, these would be paid out of ARPA funds, is that right?
That's correct.
And the precedent for this is what? Have we used this exact contract administrator mechanism before?
Yes.
Okay. For instance, there's a proposal to do a similar construction at the correction center. Is that the same kind of proposal in that?
That's correct.
For 7.5?
That was 7.75.
I'm sorry?
That was 7.75%.
7.75%?
Correct.
Okay. And what's the total construction cost there?
30,600,000.
30 million?
Yes.
600,000?
Correct.
Okay. So the total contract cost there would be what?
$2.4 million.
Say again?
2.4 million, roughly.
2.4 million? Okay. I think that, this is the first time we've had this before us because, correct me if I'm wrong, there have been no Administrative Services Committee hearings on this, have there?
No.
When the 156 and Maple project was done, was a similar contract executed at that time?
Yes.
20 seconds.
And what was the percentage on that contract?
I don't have to go look.
Okay. I guess, there's a lot of unanswered questions here. There's no reason to do this today on its first presentation. It's unfortunate that committee hearings weren't taken because committee hearings were taken at the Administrative Services Committee on the 156 and Maple question. Exactly this contract came up. And, based on that, I'd move to lay this over until we have some of these questions asked or addressed, or the committee starts acting like it's actually a committee of jurisdiction. This is a big ticket item. It's last on our agenda. It's noon, and we're doing this without a committee hearing. I would say lay it over for 2 weeks. We have a briefing coming up, Commissioner Morgan, Commissioner Friend, and I, on this specific project. It'd be nice to have some of these questions maybe answered at that briefing. But to do these at a rush, at the last minute, at a meeting, I'm sorry, it's irresponsible.
Do you have a point of clarification, Patrick?
Yes, I was just going to ask that if you do lay it over, that you try to get it done by the end of the month, whatever you decide, because this is a time-sensitive matter, and this is very similar to the last project we just approved to move forward with the corrections. We're just asking for simply the same process, to go through the same process we went through with that. So really, for all intents and purposes, the process has been discussed and approved for a very similar project. We're just asking for the same, to do the same thing on this one. But if it is going to be laid over, I just ask that it be done by the end of the month or as soon as possible, because this obviously is very time sensitive. Thank you.
Just additional point of clarification, we are actually off on the 28th for Memorial Day, so the 21st might make more sense. But, okay.
Citing the precedent that we didn't do this reasonable steps on the last one, so we shouldn't do these reasonable steps on this one, is probably a little beside the point. We should do these reasonable steps and take a little bit of time. This is a huge project, and having these basic questions answered, I think is just best practices. It doesn't hurt anything, so I would ask that we do that.
So the specific motion is to table it till the 21st, which would be next week. Is there a second to that motion?
Let me ask you, what are we going to be doing in that week? That's what, I'd want to ask. That's one question. The other one I want to ask of Jeff, and you don't have to answer right now, or you can. Have we hired someone to because we're on a pretty tight schedule, have we somebody bidding on taking that building down on the corner yet?
We have not. The abatement project just finished Friday.
Yeah, taking down that old
And then we're going to.
barn,
Correct. And then
because we know it has to come down.
That's correct.
So the abatement project is simply the asbestos abatement. So that's been done or is being done.
Done
And
last week.
So we have not done the actual taking it down yet.
Yeah. The sooner we can get that going.
Correct.
People back. I'm just not sure what we're going to be able to do in the next week that helps us with this. That's the only thing that I'm asking Commissioner Kavanaugh. That's my only. I agree with you. I have some concerns about it, but at the same time, I'm not sure we're going to be able to do anything in a week. And I think laying it over longer starts to cause us some real serious problems.
No, I appreciate that. I think we're going to have a briefing on the 20th. So that's one thing that'll happen. I would hope that we could address some of these questions and at least have some semblance of a process other
Thank you,
than
Commissioner
these things
Kavanaugh.
are thrown on the agenda.
We're getting
and
into
approved.
discussion and actually did not get a second yet. Sorry about that. I'm being very graceful here. Unless that's a second, Mike, I'm going to stop you for a second. Okay. Is there any seconds to the motion to table? Otherwise, we'll go back to the discussion. Mike, I don't know why I'm struggling with your name today, Mike. Commissioner Friend. Commissioner Friend.
Thank you, Mr. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I
think it's a new haircut. That's throwing me off.
I was fired up a little bit ago, and now I'm cool and calm. No. Look, I'm on record, and over a couple of different occasions over the last 3 years that I've been on this board, the federal government, in its infinite wisdom, decided not just to kick $280 billion into the economy, not backed by any gross domestic product. They handed us some and said, spend it. And if you don't, and by the way, the taxpayers aren't going to get this money back. Everybody's going, well, give it back to the taxpayers, give it back to the taxpayers. No, that ship has sailed. What irks me a little bit is this ship has been going down the river or wherever it's going for 3 years because the federal government, in its infinite wisdom, decided they were going to dump a bunch of money to a bunch of governmental subdivisions and say, spend it. That makes me angry. So I can go back 3 years and I can complain about that. I'm not going to do that. What I'm going to say is the situation that we're in right now. So the ARPA funding's out there. We have to spend it, they're going to claw it back, and they're going to give it to Detroit, or they're going to give it to Kansas City, they're going to give it to Denver, whoever else wants it. And then they're going to spend it on infrastructure, okay? Last week, a majority of the board voted to move forward with this, to do it. I wasn't part of that majority. Okay, fine. I had a different idea. It's not going to work. Some of the answers to what we're actually asking about right now come when you get the construction manager at risk in place and you actually put Carlson, you put them in place. And let me give you an example. I sat in a room with McCarthy, with others in this room, and they actually found cost savings for us, which I don't believe that me and is your name Roger? Me and Roger and Mary Ann and anybody else, we couldn't have come up with that. They could, and they communicated how they could. Now, I'm going to hold them to that. I'm going to hold them to that. I'm going to say, well, whoa, time out. You said we could save money here, here, and here. What happened to that? We appropriate the money. I've said this before, and I've made Al mad. We appropriate the money. We appropriate the amount, and we appropriate it based on the information and the education that we've received. So what I'm saying is, finally, we can go ahead and stop this for a week. Where does it get us? Commissioner Morgan made a good point. Where are we going to be a week from now? I can sit in all the meetings I want, talk to Sherry, talk to all kinds of other people, and say, you know what, I think we're spending too much money. Unless she comes back and says, yeah, we can save money here, here, here. None of that happens until we have a construction manager at risk. That's the point. So I don't know if I'm for this. I can tell you that I'm for the idea of spending money in an appropriate fashion. And if I'm blocked out of that discussion, the game's over. I'll try to go get 4 commissioners to stop it. Roger, that's all I have.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Borgerson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I agree with what Commissioner Friend said, and I would hope that we don't lay this over. The majority of the board voted to move forward with this. We need answers. We have our experts at the table, and we just need to move forward. And again, you can argue whether it's time sensitive, it's time sensitive, period.
Other comments? If not, we'll vote on just resolution 1.
Motion passes 5-1. Commissioner Kavanaugh voting no, other commissioners voting yes.
Thank you. We'll move to resolution 2. It is a resolution authorizing the use of a construction manager at risk for the Douglas County Community Mental Health Center construction project at 1101 South 42nd Street. Related topic, but specifically motion by Borgeson, second by Boyle. This one specifically allows us to pursue the option of the CM at risk model. So I know Jeff has talked about the model in the past with the corrections project, but if there's any questions for Pavandra or Jeff or anybody, they're here. We'll take comments if there are any. Otherwise, we'll vote.
I've got a comment.
Go ahead.
Luis Jimenez, 2709 Dewey Avenue.
And Luis, I'm not sure what's going on with that other mic.
Which one?
I apologize.
This one?
Normally we ask you to do that, but for some reason it's making noises today when we push it in.
Okay.
So, thank you.
You got my address? Okay. Well, I'm stepping forward because the time frame, you said you're out of time, Commissioner Borgeson, Mr. Chair, that this is time sensitive. It's been time sensitive since you got the money from the feds. They said you have a finite date where you have to spend the money. And what you decided to do on the $50 million for mental health services was to wait on deciding how you're going to spend the total amount because you were going to work with the state of Nebraska, and you didn't do that. You guys didn't show up for a meeting when the state of Nebraska was ready to confer with you. So I think this is just, I don't know why you don't want to do fundraising for this project. I don't know why you have to say that this is going to cost $17 million when it can cost $27 million if you work with other partners, especially with the state of Nebraska. And that project that I would like to see, bigger facility, would be so much better for the community as to relate to the services they would provide. And so I disagree that you need a risk manager or construction manager at risk. You're a public property person should already know this. The administrator should already know this, how you can save money, how you can keep it under budget. So this is a sham. Your process is about doling out the money still and not getting to a project that the community needs. Now, if it's going to be over at the 42nd Woolworth, fine, but it needs to be bigger. It needs to be a bigger facility. And if it's going to be a bigger facility, I'd like to see it downtown. There is going to be talk about parking. The needless expenditures that your budget provides for parking, your parking obligations downtown, empty. You just got empty lots. The county does, and you're paying for it. So as you know, I don't buy the parking issue as to why you can't have a major facility downtown. Downtown is about density. If you can't do density downtown, then you guys aren't doing urban planning, which you should be, because Douglas County is an urban county. But basically what I'm saying is that you don't need construction manager charge. You already have qualified people that can identify savings. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Kavanaugh.
Thanks. I just want to point out we've taken a lot more time on a $64,000 house's property tax exemption than we have on this multi-million-dollar proposal today. So I'd renew my motion that I made on the first resolution to lay this over for a week so that we might, on a multi-million-dollar project, invest the same amount of time that we did on a project that was a lot less.
Motion is to table until May 21st. Is there a second? If not, we'll go back to the primary motion, which is to approve Resolution 2. Any further discussion? If not, we'll vote.
Motion passes 5-1. Commissioner Kavanaugh voting no. All other commissioners voting yes.
Thank you. On Resolution 3, it is to set the actual committee members of the CM at Risk Committee. There were some oversights there that need to be changed in regards to Sherry Driver actually should be listed under staff, so that piece needs to be corrected, and then a mental health specialist needs to be assigned to the committee as well, and we have to figure out who that person is going to be. So with that being said, this one, there is a request to table this one until May 21st, if there is such a motion. Motion by Borgeson, second by Boyle. Any discussion? If not, we'll vote.
One moment, please. And And then, I'm sorry, Commissioner, can you repeat who made the motion and second the table?
I believe it was motion by Borgeson, second by Boyle.
Thank you. Okay, thanks, Commissioners. Commissioner Morgan.
Oh.
You got it. Motion passes 6-0.
Thank you. Left on the agenda, we have Human Resources Weekly Personnel from Civil Service as presented. We also do have a need for executive session for legal advice, litigation, and union contract negotiations. Is there a motion to go into exec session? Motion by Boyle, second by Friend. Please vote.
Motion passes 6-0.
The board will now go into executive session for the purpose of legal advice, litigation, and union contract negotiation.